Time to wake up. Time to wake up. You've been sleeping. You've been sleeping. You've been napping. You've been out like a light. Time to wake up. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Welcome back. Somehow the universe just keeps bringing us together. I'm starting to think it might mean something. What do you think? Are our fates entwined? The universe keeps nudging us in the same direction. We're all emotionally messed up. What do you do with a mess? What do you do with a mess? If you're dealing with a mess, what do you do with a mess? You either try to forget that it's there, you live around the mess, you work around the mess, you tiptoe around it. Try to wall it off. Not think about it. But what do we want to do if we actually want to change that situation? Because just trying to forget and ignore doesn't make the mess go away. How do you make the mess go away? If you want the mess to go away, you gotta do some tidying. You gotta do some cleaning up. I developed a beard fetish that I'm not proud of. Do you normally shame yourself for liking what you like? Do you normally gatekeep your happiness to such a degree? Don't you think it's time to cut it out? Don't you think it's time to knock it off? My apologies, I was a little late today. I had to run to the hardware store. Oh, hey, Kaden, welcome back. Glad to see you're still hanging in there. I was a little late today, I had to run to the hardware store. We had to, load up some drywall and stuff. But also, there is one other minor reason why I was a few minutes late today. And I'm going to show you what that is. Let me show you. Decided I want to try to see if I can train Beavis to use a leash. So far, he has no fucking clue what he's trying to do. So far, he's clueless. But I think he might get the hang of it. He doesn't freak out while he wears it, and that's actually a good sign. If you're trying to train a cat to walk on a leash, just the fact that the cat doesn't completely lose their shit and they're able to maintain some semblance of calm, that's a good start. Like, he didn't try to fight me. So this is a work in progress, but I got the harness and I couldn't help myself. I had to try it. So I just took him out in the front yard. Nothing new happening with you. I'm trying to teach this cat. Look at this cat. Just look at the size of him. Large and in charge. It'll be his birthday in 1 month. Look at these oranges. I recognize that look. Orange cats, I'm telling you, got an energy. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to completely optional therapy. Welcome to the brainwashing station. Mandatory, it's optional. It's optional. It's just strongly encouraged. We all love therapy. I just love orange cats, if I'm being honest. He's getting so big. What can I say? It's a good cat. He's a good cat. A damn fine cat. Alright, let's just hit the ground running. Let's get to it. Hope we're doing alright today, everybody. I'll check in with you a little bit more here in a minute, but we got a question popped in and I don't want to keep them waiting. So let's just go ahead and hop right into this one. Also, happy Friday? No, wait, it's Thursday. Fuck. How did I think it was Friday? It's just been a long week. It just feels like it's Friday, but it's only Thursday. It's one of those weeks, huh? Oh well. It's been a long week. You know what it is? It's the equinox. We have ended winter and we're now moving into spring. It's a time of adjustment, it's a time of growth and rebirth. It's a time of letting go of that which no longer serves you. Which may leave you feeling refreshed but also exhausted. That's how I've been feeling. Haven't felt bad really, I've just been feeling kind of tired. It's snowing outside for me though. That's because it's all about you actually. Nothing wrong with a little bit of spring snow. We might still get another snow here, I'm not going to rule that out. Alrighty. Looks like we're starting off with a little bit of insomnia. Let's go ahead and talk about it. I've got some helpful tips for you. I've been having a really tough time falling asleep this past week. Every time I lay down and close my eyes, my thoughts just keep racing, and I can't seem to get them to stop. Is there any way to help me fall asleep that isn't asking my doctor for pills? Yes. I've got some helpful tips here for you if you're ready. Okay. One of the things that I want to recommend that you try is, instead of trying to stop your thinking, because you've tried that and it hasn't worked, and that's because it doesn't really work that way. You can't just choose to not think, unfortunately. That would be really nice. That would be really nice if we could just make ourselves not think, but we can't. So, what can we do instead? What you may find is that you can't slow your thinking down, but you can speed your thinking up. This is a technique that I found helpful whenever I had a hard time falling asleep and I was dealing with racing thoughts. I would just try to speed them up instead. I just wanted my thoughts to move by so quickly that I couldn't even pay attention to any one of them in particular. Just so focused on speed. Is that a baby? It's a baby with a saw. The baby in a little hard hat. The baby in a little hard hat out there and he's crying. Nobody wants to work anymore. This is a technique that I've found to be helpful personally, so I'd recommend you give it a try. It's impossible to make your mind slow down to that degree. With a lot of training and effort and meditation, like, you can get pretty good at slowing down your thinking, but it's difficult to do. So what I find is easier to do is actually just speed your thinking up, tire your brain out. Just try to think faster and faster and just keep speeding it up. So that you're not even paying attention to what you're thinking, you're just thinking about thinking, and you're thinking about how fast you're thinking. And I find that this actually just helps my mind to tire out. So I would try that, but also I have some more tips for you. Because like I said, I used to be an insomniac, so I've had to learn a few things that can help me. Another thing that I find helpful is when you're trying to fall asleep, don't focus on trying to make yourself feel more tired or more sleepy. Don't try to force yourself to go to sleep. Focus on feeling safe and comfortable. If you feel safe and comfortable, it becomes easier to transition into sleep. But if you don't feel safe and you don't feel comfortable, it's really hard to fall asleep. So make that your priority. Instead of, my priority is I need to fall asleep, your priority should be, I want to get rest. I want to feel safe. I want to feel comfortable. I might do that while I'm sleeping. I might do that while I'm just laying there relaxing. But even if I'm just laying here, I can still get rest within my body. So I would recommend to just do what can help you feel more safe and comfortable. Like sometimes I figure like where am I putting my hands? Like what parts of my body am I aware of? Like also progressive muscle relaxation. Whenever I would really have problems falling asleep, I would just start doing progressive muscle relaxation and it would always put me to sleep. It worked like a charm. If you're not familiar with progressive muscle relaxation, you can start it at either the top of your body or the bottom of your body. And the goal here is to just flex that part of your body and hold it for a little while and then let it go. So you could start with your feet or the top of your head, and then you just try to move down your body or up your body depending on where you start. And then you just work your way through the different muscles of your body. And what you'll realize is that this helps to relax your body. Also, it gives your mind something to focus on. So it kind of serves multi-purposes. Also, stop checking your phone. Yes. If you're looking at your phone and you're checking what time it is, that's just going to make it even harder to fall asleep. So I would just try to avoid your phone altogether. I have a game that I play that's automated that gets me tired watching it. Also, reading before bed. Reading can be a great way to fall asleep. That's what a lot of people do. They read before bed. Reading can also keep you from having a panic attack. You know, that's actually true. It's something I haven't talked about before. Actually, I may have talked about it once, but it's been a while. You can't climax and panic at the same time. So a valid strategy for avoiding a panic attack is to do the dirty. You think I'm done? I'm not done. I've got more sleep hygiene tips. What we're talking about here is sleep hygiene. You gotta take a look at what are the conditions of my sleep and what is the quality of the sleep that I'm getting. You're trying to, make sure you're getting good, restful sleep. Some nice, regenerative sleep. So there are some things that you can do that can help you transition into sleep mode. Maybe take a warm shower or a warm bath. Maybe do a little bit of stretching. Just wind down. I don't know about you, but a hot bath or a hot shower, it just takes it out of me and I can just fall right asleep. Oh yeah, some white noise. A little bit of white noise, some background noise, like a fan or some rain or even some sleepy tones, like that can really help set the mood. Yep, sorry, Pork Tree, you missed it. Sorry, Pork Tree, you missed it. Maybe next time. Anyway, try that stuff. Try that stuff, and hopefully it's helpful. I kind of threw a lot at you, so just take what you want and try some of the things and see what's helpful. Then maybe try to add some more of the things later if you feel up for it. I always have a fan on and my phone playing Delta Waves. Hell yeah. That's why you're so cool. My man respects the Delta Waves. My straight friend just told me he enjoys when his girlfriend wears a strap-on and penetrates him for sex. I want to support him. It's out of my comfort zone, however. Why do you need to support him in that? It's something that's between him and his girlfriend. Like, why is that anything that you even need to concern yourself with at all, I'm afraid? Like, if God didn't want men to be pegged, then she wouldn't have put a man's G-spot up their butt. Like, how are you? What do you mean support him? Of course, it's out of your comfort zone. You're thinking about your friend having sex. It's your friend. This is why boundaries are important. It's like, does your friend have to support you in all the ways that you like to get fucked? Or the ways in which you like to fuck? I don't know. The way that I'm reading this is like you're trying to feel okay with the idea of a straight man getting pegged by his girlfriend. Like that's the whole point. That's why they sell they sell strap-ons so that people can peg each other. That's why it's a whole thing. There's a whole market for it. Like that's what people like to do. Let them do it. Please don't tell me about your pegging. Yeah, chat. Sugar is a kind, southern lady. Sugar does not need to hear about your pegging. You have Sugar like busting out one of these little fans and just being like, oh bother, oh my. Oh heavens. let people like what they like. If it's between two consenting adults, it's not really any of our business, is that? Is it? Is it normal to feel nauseous when you get intimate with someone you're really attracted to? Is it normal? I wouldn't say it's abnormal. Nausea is a common symptom of anxiety. And if you're about to get intimate with someone that you're really into, there might be some anxiety there, some performance anxiety. You're about to perform and pressure's high. You want to do well. Could be a vasovagal thing. Yeah, right. It's anxiety manifesting as nausea. Your body communicates anxiety in different ways depending on the part of your body that you feel that anxiety. Like if you feel anxiety in your legs, you're going to be tapping your foot, you're going to be clenching your thighs, you're going to be, doing something with your leg. You're going to feel generally restless in your legs. In the same way, if you feel your anxiety in your hands, you're fidgeting, you're tapping on stuff, you're picking at things. When you feel anxiety in your gut, it manifests as nausea or maybe like that fluttering butterfly type feeling. Just breathe. Just focus on your breathing. What you want to try to do is redirect your attention away from your stomach, away from your digestion, and to focus on other parts of your awareness. Try to redirect your focus. The nausea will fade when you stop paying attention to it, because it's not caused by you actually being sick. You're not actually nauseous because you ate 3-day-old Chipotle. You're nauseous because of anxiety. And it makes sense why you would feel anxiety in the situation. This is a person you're really interested in, a person you're really attracted to, and you don't want to screw it up. So just breathe. Try to breathe like a relaxed person. How does a relaxed person breathe? Picture a relaxed person in your mind, and picture them breathing. How do they do it? Try to do it like them. Sugar, thank you for gifting that sub to Mander Bobander. Sugar, more like Sugar Mama. That's why you drink. See, the thing about drinking to calm your anxiety is that in the long term, it just doesn't work. Whenever you are inebriated in that regard, it makes it really hard to learn things. You don't really learn stuff that well when you're drunk. And when you're dealing with your anxiety, you have to practice and learn how to manage and control it. And if you're just getting drunk as a way of manifesting, that feeling of not caring about your anxiety is different. It's different than actually processing and handling your anxiety. Also, when you're drunk, it can create some complications with your hardware, if you know what I'm saying. Alcohol is a vasoconstrictor. It restricts blood flow. That's why people stumble and slur when they're drunk, is because the the vesicles in their brain have shrunk. But the same thing can happen in other parts of your body. So if there are parts of your body that you are depending on being filled up with blood, alcohol can make that difficult to happen. This is why I don't recommend alcohol for performance-related anxiety regarding intimate encounters. It might actually make things worse for you. It might make things just, gotta put up a little out of order sign down there. Let me just ask a question. This is just for everybody. How many problems in your life has alcohol fixed? How many of your problems have been solved thanks to alcohol? Alcohol doesn't solve your problems, it allows you to forget your problems. And that's not the same thing as solving your problems. When you understand what alcohol does to people and you've experienced the effects of alcohol yourself, it makes sense that people can get addicted to that shit. People can get addicted to that feeling of forgetting. So don't drink to solve your problems. I don't think alcohol's ever solved a problem in the history of problems. It tends to create more problems. I got a job once thanks to alcohol, that's about it. And it's only because I could name the different beers and it wasn't from drinking them. I'm addicted to bettering myself. There you go, Maddie Bear. You're stealing my that's my secret technique. That's my secret technique. That's my trademarked, top secret personal technique. Your brain is wired for addiction. You're gonna get addicted to something. You're probably addicted to something right now. Social media, video games, caffeine, sugar. You're probably addicted to something. So use that to your advantage. Use the addictive nature of our neural composition. Get addicted to something good. You probably don't associate breathing with addiction, but if you think about it, aren't you pretty addicted to oxygen? Like, wouldn't you be having a really hard time if you had to go for a while without oxygen? Or water? That's how addiction works in your brain, is it taps into the same mechanisms that prioritize essential things. It becomes just as important as eating, as breathing, as having a safe place to stay, as having a home to live in, a roof over your head, friends to talk to. Addiction. So try not to get addicted to League of Legends. Hey man, I really like your stream. Thank you. Thank you. I really like that you said that to me. It's very nice. It's a very nice thing to say. Thank you. Hey man, I really like your stream. I have a question. I'm 43, male, originating from an abusive family. Father was an alcoholic. My mother was cold. And so far I did about 6 years of Gestalt, and have for the past 3 years switched to psychoanalysis since I looked for something a bit harder, and Gestalt didn't cut it for the deepest stuff. Wow. That's old school. Are you from Germany? I do have some German viewers. Are you from Germany? I would imagine that if you lived... What's Gestalt? The Gestalt theorists originated in Germany. It was a German school of psychology, and basically the whole fundamental belief there was, let's try to look at the bigger picture, the Gestalt. We need to look at how everything connects and how everything interacts, and it's about taking perspective in your life and trying to look at the bigger picture, take a step back from yourself. I had to write a paper about it in grad school, that's why I know a little bit about it. But it's not really something that you actively see as like a therapeutic approach, at least in the United States. In the United States, people mostly do CBT. You also get some DBT. But that's interesting. That's interesting. That sounds like just what psychology should be, full stop. And a lot of it is. What we do now draws from all of the things that we've learned throughout psychological history. Psychoanalysis and Gestalt therapy are pretty old school. They're effective, but they're pretty old school. So that's really interesting to me. So it kind of makes me wonder where you're doing therapy at. I'm just curious. You don't have to tell me. Psychoanalysis will cut through to the deepest stuff possible. That's what psychoanalysis is all about. Psychoanalysis is a form of therapy that you could do for years, and it's basically self-directed, and the person that you're doing therapy with is just there to accompany you on that journey. They're not there to like try to direct it. They're just there to like get you to reflect on your own thinking. And so it can be really helpful, but it can also take a little while. It can also take a little while because it's more of a passive approach. It's very self-driven and self-directed. So that it can take a couple years to really get there, just depending on how long the person wants to like, or how long the person needs, I guess. Interesting. But no, when it comes to like talk therapy, Germany really set the standards in the beginning. They came up with a lot of the original techniques and methods and stuff. Very cool. I'm really pushing to solve my issues. Issues being basically having a mortifying fear of being loved or someone really loving me. It just terrifies me. I always run away or even subconsciously sabotage a relationship. Tomorrow I'm seeing this nice girl and my anxieties are already kicking in since I can already see that she is into me. Any advice on how to handle this period while I'm still healing? I'm thinking about being honest to her about my damage is a good way. I look pretty good and I'm easy to talk to, so I get it how she's into me. Thanks. I got you, friend. I got you. First off, I would recommend being a little bit easier on yourself. You're looking at your patterns, you're looking at how everything has been in the past, and you've done a lot of reflecting and a lot of learning, and you've had a lot of growth, and you're worried that you're going to keep continuing that pattern. Good. Being worried about continuing your pattern is a great indicator that you're in the process of breaking that pattern. Because previously you weren't aware, previously you weren't motivated to start making these changes that you need to make. If you're afraid of love, no one can teach you how to accept love other than yourself. You have to allow yourself to accept love from yourself. You have to learn to love yourself because that sets the standard. It shows you that you are worthy and deserving. You feel like you are deserving of being loved because you're capable of loving yourself. If you're having a hard time loving yourself, it's going to be next to impossible to let anybody else do that for you because you're always going to be putting it up against that standard that you already hold for yourself. I am undeserving of love because I don't love me. But if you did love you, and I'm saying that you should, then it becomes easier to let more love in. Picture your love as a room. In my mind's eye, I'm imagining it as a heart-shaped room. You're inside your heart, and it's a room. Maybe it's congested, maybe it's full of shit, maybe you need to do some tidying up, some organizing, you need to make it more inviting. You've been working your ass off and you've probably made a lot of progress, and that's really good. So, when it comes to talking about this stuff with this person that you're into, you might not have to talk about it right away. If it feels like it's relevant, if it feels like it's something that you need to bring up, then go for it, then talk about it. But if you just feel like you need to bring it up spontaneously, as if you're just like warning them about you, that might be a turn off. We want to try to enter a relationship with optimism. I'm taking everything I've learned. I've gone over how my other relationships have failed countless times. I'm ready to try something different. I'm ready to do something different. I'm letting go of that old pattern. I mean, you secured the date, so you got the juice, so just let the juice loose. I'm sure that you've probably talked about some of this in therapy already, but I don't know, I just feel like I want to revisit it. If you look back at the conditions that you were brought up in, the situations with your parents and the ways that they treated you, it gives you a good idea of why you treat yourself the way that you do today. If your parents weren't that emotionally invested in you, then it becomes hard to become emotionally invested in yourself. If your parents didn't communicate love with you properly, or you didn't feel like you were receiving it, that basically taught you that you are undeserving of love. Because if you've, when we think about a child's wounds, you have to approach it with a child's logic. When you think about the wounds that your inner child has, you kind of have to approach it with a child's mindset. When we are young, if we don't get the love that we need, it teaches us that we don't deserve the love that we need. It teaches us that we are less than, or we won't get the love that we need. And we have to revisit that as adults and re-educate ourselves. Remind ourselves, no, I am deserving of that love. I've always known that I've been deserving of that love. That's why I felt like something was missing. That's why I'm hurting. That's why I'm doing the work. You live in the south of Austria? I knew it. I knew it. When you said you were doing psychoanalysis and Gestalt therapy, I was like, European. Very cool. They are cool forms of therapy, but we don't normally do them here in the United States because the forms of therapy that we primarily use in the US are very solution-based. They're evidence-based, they're solution-focused, they're action-oriented. You don't have a lot of the sit down and talk therapies because those can take a long time, and we're very focused on like health insurance will pay for 6 sessions of therapy. It's like, alright, whatever you're dealing with, hopefully you can talk through it in 5 hours. So my advice to you is practice some self-love. Gas yourself up a little bit. Or talk to your friends that can help you get gassed up. That's what I like to do when I have a hard time gassing myself up. I gotta go talk to the boys. They give me the juice. That sounds weird, but I said it. I can't take it back. I feel the chatter who talked about the person doing too little too late. Oh yeah, from the other day. It feels very capitalistic. It is. It was quite eye-opening. It was quite eye-opening for me when I found out that a lot of what we're taught in school about mental health and about therapy is that it's very focused on getting a person back to work. It's about numbing your emotions so that you don't have to worry about them. It's kind of twisted. Also, there's not a lot of emphasis on actual healing. It's basically just reactive, tending to wounds. There's not a lot of actual substantial and meaningful healing going on. It's kind of frustrating. I have a strong friend structure and I'm really grateful for it. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to see yourself as they see you. I want you to practice viewing yourself as someone that you really care about. View yourself through your friend's eyes. I'm not sure, but I'm hearing a very slight echo, like a muttered whisper. That's because Casey has my stream on the computer next to me, and she has it through her headset, and you can barely hear it, and so I'm surprised that the microphone is picking it up, because it's kind of quiet. But it is there. I didn't think that you could hear it. Oh, it's not the multi-stream. It's actually literally coming from her headset over here. I just need to actually turn the volume down. Oh shit, man, this is hard. Hey, if it's any consolation, if it were easy, you would have done it already. That's the thing about mental health, is that this shit is hard. If it were easy, if it were obvious, you would have figured it out on your own. You would have done it already. That's why I gave up on regular therapy appointments. It got to a point where it just stopped helping. Right? Like, therapy can only do so much. Therapy can only do so much. The real work of therapy happens outside of the therapist's office. It's your life, and you gotta fix your life. So you have to do that while you're living your life. It's in your thinking, it's in your relationships, it's in your behaviors. That's the stuff that you actually have to change. And you do that all day, every day. My friends see me as a really cool, competent, emotionally intelligent guy, also good looking. Carry that with you. Carry that with you closely. I feel the chatter who talked about the person doing too little too late. I was called out in a social setting of why I stopped communication, which I've learned no response is a response. Did you hear that one from me? That was that was a one-liner I was throwing out. I gave them the reason, they took it to private settings. I feel disrespected because how could you try that shit openly and be so apologetic privately? People do that. People do that. When people are out in public and they're out in the open, they put on a show. They put on a show. They act out. They're trying to be more than whatever they perceive themselves as. It's normally when you're in a private setting, whereas a person's like, you know, they're more willing to show their vulnerable side to you. Thinking of fart, I applied it to me. Fart. That's our favorite acronym. That's our favorite initialism that we came up with on the stream. Whenever you're dealing with a thought or you're dealing with a situation, is it fair? Is it accurate? Or is it appropriate? Is it respectful? Is it true? Is it fair? No. Appropriate? No. Respectful? No. Tea, all shade, Emma giggle. One of my longtime friends do this. He's so shitty in public, but I failed to correct him. Maybe at this point I could care less about if he's my friend anymore or not. Sometimes the best way to correct somebody isn't to correct them, it's to just look at them and say, why did you do that? Just appear baffled by it. Just be like, I'm confused by your actions, explain them to me. We don't want to come across as somebody's parent. When we come across as somebody's parent, people just go, la 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 la, I'm not going to listen to you, I don't want to do my homework. I just want to eat candy and play video games. I'll do the same thing to my friends whenever I catch them, like, being too mean to themselves or beating themselves up over something or just, like, generally being too hard on themselves. I'll just ask them. Instead of telling them not to do it, I'll just be like, why are you doing that? Why are you beating yourself up? I just want them to think about it. I'm glad you're taking the stuff that you learn here and you're applying it to your life. That means everything to me. Thank you. I feel so developmentally and emotionally stunted. That sounds like a pretty educated and emotionally mature way of describing the situation, so I'm just going to start off here by saying, let's give yourself some more credit. I don't normally have people that I've worked with in the history of mental health that I've done. I don't normally have people who genuinely are developmentally and emotionally stunted using those words to describe their situation to me. When you are able to identify and communicate that you feel developmentally and emotionally stunted, that's actually a good indicator that you've done a lot of emotional reflection, a lot of growth, you have a lot of self-awareness. Imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome isn't just for your job or your school. You can also have imposter syndrome when it comes to your own identity. Anyway. I don't know if these are even the right words. Sorry. You know how I feel about apologizing. You know how I feel about apologizing. I don't want people to feel like they have to apologize when telling me how they feel. That's literally what I want you to do. You're literally doing what I want you to do. So please don't apologize for that. Thank you. I genuinely feel like my brain hasn't developed past the age of like 13/14. I obviously know I'm young, but it doesn't help me from already feeling so left behind in life because of that, and I'm 18. This actually makes perfect sense to me. When I was 18, I felt still like I was that age. Like, a lot of things don't really start to click and fall into place until you're into your 20s, if I'm being honest. Your brain is actually still growing and developing. A person's brain isn't done developing fully until they are in their mid-20s. So you're still cooking. So it makes perfect sense that you might not feel like you're fully the person that you're on your way to becoming, but that's normal and that's natural because you're still getting there. You're still on your way. I compare myself a lot to other people. I'm just gonna do a favor and let you know that that's a mistake. We shouldn't do that. We should try not to compare ourselves to others because it's apples and oranges. The only person that we should be comparing ourselves to is ourselves. I want to compare myself as I am currently to the me that I used to be so that I can see how far I've come. But if I'm looking at other people's journey, if I'm looking at other people's lives, it's a false equivalency. I've already done so many things wrong, like I'm 100% convinced I won't do anything with my life. Relatable. But I know just hearing me say that that's relatable or that's something that I've been through, I mean, that might be a little bit helpful, but I also remember being a teenager and when adults would say to me, it's just part of growing up or it's just part of being a teenager, it's like, that's not the shit I wanted to hear. Like, that didn't help. So I remember. I wasn't a teenager that long ago. It's been a while. It's been a while, admittedly. The way that I view this as an older person is I'm like, you got your mistakes out of the way early. It's like if everybody does a lot of things wrong in their life, everybody has a lot of failure that they deal with, everybody has shame and guilt that they work through, you got it out of the way early. That's the way I see it. Welcome, Snaily Bear Raiders. Welcome in. Embarrassing to say, but I wrote this and I got ads, so I didn't hear like half of my answer. That's okay, I'll go back through it. Let me finish reading it first. And I'll come back. It doesn't help that I pretty much haven't made any plans for the future, because I didn't think I'd actually make it to 18. So now I'm alone and I feel so anxious about everything to the point that I genuinely get really bad panic attacks just thinking about my future. I feel like a failure and it's probably not going to change with time. Can we just take that one, like that part there, and can we just do our best to just remove it from your thinking by any means necessary? If you feel like a failure and you feel like it's never going to change, it's never going to change. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're right in your own future. You're not where you want to be yet, and that's okay. That's part of the process. That's part of the journey. You're still growing into the person that you're supposed to be. You're still getting there. You have a lot of awareness, and that's helpful. A lot of people don't have that level of awareness that you have. So try not to overthink about yourself. Give yourself the same care and compassion and patience that you would give to somebody that you really care about. Try not to worry about your whole future. Just worry about the day you're in. Cutie Cheeks, thank you for gifting that sub. And Pork Tree, thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you for kicking us off on a hype train. Thank you for kicking us off on a hype train. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to everybody who supports this stream, supports this content. If you like what I'm doing here, if you like helping people, if you like teaching people about mental health and, you know, showing them some tips that can help them manage their life a little bit better, consider supporting the stream. Thank you. This content is made possible from the support of viewers like you. Let me just say something. Questioner, you've got a good head on your shoulders. You've got a good head on your shoulders and you're really aware, and that's really good. That's what we want to see. But what I would also like to see is just showing yourself some more compassion. How long is the question queue? There are 2 questions behind this one, so just a couple more. I'm not sure what all you missed, but I basically said that I remember being a teenager, and I remember adults telling me whenever I would try to talk about my feelings or my insecurities as a teenager, most often what I got from adults was, it'll get better as you get older. Try not to worry about it. It gets easier. You're still growing. Give yourself time. And I remember how frustrating that would be to hear as a teenager. I'm like, that shit doesn't help. But I can't help but say it anyway because in time I found that it was actually true. Your brain is still developing. Your brain is still growing. And it's going to keep growing until you're in your early to mid 20s. So just give yourself a little bit more time. You're still cooking. You may feel like you've made a lot of mistakes or a lot of failures earlier in your life, and that's okay. That's the perfect time to make them. It's the perfect time to make them. Just stay true to yourself, listen to your heart, and try not to compare yourself to other people so much. We want to compare ourselves to ourselves. It's our journey, and it's the only fair thing to do. It's unfair to ourselves to compare ourselves to other people. It's also unfair to others to compare them to us. I always get that from older people. I try to believe them, but I just can't with the things I've went through, TBH. See? I told you. I told you. I've been there. I told you. So at least, hopefully that gives me some credibility. Hopefully you're just like, okay. You know what I mean? Just be kind to yourself. Just be kind to yourself. Show yourself some love. Give yourself the nurturance that you need to grow into the person that you are becoming. This might be a whittle hype train. Just a whittle hype train today. What is subconscious acting out? My therapist and psychiatrist said they think I have this, but that I'm not aware of it. Okay. When we were referring to the subconscious, let's go ahead and talk about this, shall we? You missed the train. I'm sorry. The train has left the station. You'll have to catch the next one. What your therapist and psychiatrist are referring to are things that happen in your subconscious. There are some things that occur within our minds that we're not fully aware of. Hence, subconscious. The things that we are very aware of and we understand and we can, that's your conscious, the things that you are actively aware of. Beneath that is your subconscious. You might be kind of aware, but you might not be fully aware. But the thing about your subconscious is that you can bring things up from your subconscious into your conscious thinking so that you can actually become more aware of them. So, when they say subconscious acting out, this is deep-seated feelings that are below the surface, maybe old wounds, maybe old traumas, coming up to the surface. And when we say acting out, what we mean is that these old feelings are affecting our behaviors today. A good example of this, I feel like it might make more sense if I give an example. Subconscious acting out. Let's say that you are a person who had... I'm trying to decide how, intense of an example I want to give. Let's say that you had... Let's say that you had a boss. Let's say that you worked at a job and you had a boss, and this boss was just awful to you. This boss just really stressed you out. You had a lot of anxiety at this job, and you ended up quitting because this boss was just so overbearing, and the boss wore a certain type of hat. They wore a certain type of hat. Or maybe they had a certain style of, hair or dress or whatever. You could be out walking around minding your own business, and perhaps you see someone who resembles in some way, maybe their dress, maybe their style, and they resemble this boss. They resemble that person who used to bring you so much grief, so much anxiety. And next thing you know, you're feeling those feelings. They've been brought up from your subconscious, and now you're acting out on them. Now you're acting out based on your anxiety. This is one of the things that everyone does. Everyone has things that aren't fully in their awareness. Things that influence their behaviors, the things that have happened to you in your life, your experiences, your traumas, your relationships with other people, they influence how you interpret reality today. Does that make sense? Do we get it? I just want to make sure I explained it correctly. These are the kinds of things that you become more aware of. This is what therapy is all about. It's about recognizing your own patterns. Because we don't normally recognize our patterns while we're living them, we don't really see the bigger picture, and we can't really see the pattern until we take a step back from ourselves and we can take things into a wider perspective. And that's what therapy is for. I definitely want to start therapy because I shouldn't be this heavily stressed out about life at this age. I agree. I would say There are some things that you could do at home as well. Maybe practicing some meditation, maybe practicing some yoga, just some good self-care that can go a long way in managing your anxiety. And that's also the kind of stuff that your therapist will probably recommend that you do anyway. So if you start doing it before you even go to therapy, even better. The more you practice it, the more effect you get out of it. The better it'll do for you the more you practice. That's why my brother hates me actually doing therapy, even though he yells at me to get therapy because I see the abusive patterns he does to me now. Also, he lied about going to therapy. And then he wants to make you feel bad about going to therapy. It's because he's jealous. You realize that, right? He's jealous that you're brave enough to go to therapy, but he's too chicken. Is that mean? Is that mean of me to say? Say that he's chicken? That's not very therapist of me, is it? But he's not my client, so I can kind of say whatever I want to say. It's a free country. What are my thoughts on Drake Bell? Ooh, okay. I watched the documentary. I watched Quiet on the Set. I'm not gonna get too graphic. I'm not gonna get too graphic here with, because it involves, you know, like child sexual abuse. My thoughts on Drake Bell. Drake Bell was recently came out and did an interview, and he revealed that he had been repeatedly abused by someone who worked on the show that he was on Nickelodeon. Later in life, Drake Bell was convicted of similar offenses. Not to the same, you know, and I'm not going to compare the two because I don't know all of the details, admittedly, so I don't want to, like, compare anything. But it is a very good indicator of how people who are abused very often go on to abuse other people. And it's sad all around, honestly. It's tragic. So my thoughts on Drake Bell. Honestly, I'm just disgusted in hearing that when he went to court to talk about the person who had been abusing him, all of these people showed up in defense of the person that abused him. That to me just set off so many red flags, so many alarm bells. Hollywood is full of fucking pedophiles and it's disgusting. So I think it's sad and it's tragic, the story of, you know, not just Drake, but also Amanda Bynes and a lot of the other kids that were abused and mistreated by adults who were supposed to be protecting them. If you are an adult and you are in a position to protect the youth, do your fucking job. Like, just some of the most despicable people I can think of, honestly. It's just disgusting. I just really wish that people who abuse children would just do us all a favor, and that's all I'm gonna say. I just wish that they would do us all a favor. I'm not gonna elaborate. But I just wish that they would just do us all a favor. You know what I mean? The good favor, yes, yes. Like, sometimes if I'm in a situation and I realize that I'm the problem in that situation, I remove myself from the situation. That's all I'm gonna say. I think you probably you probably pick up on him putting down, but yeah, it's messed up. It's messed up, and it's also sad to see when like parents get sucked into it too, or they feel like they can't speak out on it, or in some parents' cases, it feels like they're actually like. In some parents' cases, it's just like they're almost too close and too friendly and too engaged with some of these fucking Hollywood creeps. It's just like. Into the sun. I'm also disappointed in all the people who wrote support letters. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't care who the fuck it is. I don't care who the fuck it is. You need me to write a support letter? You're at court because you got convicted of molesting a child? I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know you anymore. Like, you're just. Like, sorry. It's like, you're clearly not the person I thought you were. It's like they knew what he did and he confessed to it. He confessed to it and they still came out in support of him and they just said, oh, he just wasn't in the right mind. He wasn't in the right mind? You're right, pedophiles aren't in the right mind. They don't have the right mind. There's something fundamentally wrong with their brain. If you knew what they do to try to like decondition pedophiles, it's wild. I'm not going to talk about it here, but maybe if you're ever curious, you can go research it. But I talked to a guy, he was in my graduate school program, and he worked at a place. Like, they're like shocking him. They're doing all sorts of wild stuff to try to like. They've tried all sorts of stuff. They can't really seem to undo that in like, I don't know. It's weird. How do you come to terms that it shouldn't be some goal to leave some mark on the world? Sorry, I'm just burping during your question. How do you come to terms that it shouldn't be some goal to leave some mark in the world and just enjoy life, however insignificant? I'm not Poe and PD. I'm not. But I feel like I have this pressure that I should be doing more, that I should have a legacy. Should I drive to leave a mark? Sorry, it's a confusing feeling. You know, this is the type of feeling that I feel like a lot of people grapple with. This is a very existential line of thinking. This is something that I feel like a lot of people think about in the course of their life. They're like, what do I want my impact to be? And I've kind of thought about it myself, and just kind of looking back at your life and just, I don't know, it's like, what do you want to do? It's like, do you want people to remember you forever? It's like, sure, maybe that'd be nice, but it's like, you won't be around to enjoy it or anything. Who knows? I don't know. I feel like if I'm able to make one person's life a little bit easier, That's a job well done. If I'm able to make the world just a little bit better of a place, you know, I don't have to make any drastic, sweeping changes. I just want to, you know, try to be on the side of right. I just want to try to be on the good guys team, you know what I mean? Like, nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. We all fail. We all hurt people. We all have grief. We all have remorse. What does the world need more of? Does the world need more grief and shame and remorse, or does the world need more love? If you put more love into the world, I feel like that's doing your duty. That's doing a good job. And that's all you should be focused on. Just trying to be the best you that you can be. What is PWNPD? I'm not a person with narcissistic personality disorder. I figured it out. I had to look it up. It's part of the it's part of the lingo for online mental health communities. It's new for me. I haven't heard that one before. Wanting to do better, wanting to do more, that's not narcissism. That's you trying to achieve your potential. There's nothing wrong with that. The thing about narcissism is that if you're worried about being a narcissist, it's probably a pretty good sign that you aren't actually a narcissist. Most narcissists that I've encountered don't really care about their narcissism. They kind of like it. Or at least they're just so used to it that there's just not really any other way that they're used to doing. I'm reminded of a quote. From Maya Angelou. At the end of the day, people won't remember what you said or did, but they will remember how you made them feel. Focus on how you make other people feel. That's a good indicator of a life well lived. You bring more love to the table. You make your friends and family and the people that you care about feel good. You communicate your love freely and without inhibition. That's what matters. Am I a therapist? I am. How do I stop being angry? I read about Junko Furuta. I do not recommend anyone to research on the subject today, and I am very disturbed and angry. When it comes to dealing with anger, What I find to be most helpful is figuring out where it's coming from. Breathing is also a really powerful tool when it comes to regulating our emotions, not just anger. Breathing is a really powerful tool when you feel anxiety, when you feel anger, when you feel overwhelmed. Focusing on the breath. As far as your question, how do I stop being angry? Like right now, like in this moment, how do I let this angry out? I'm gonna delete your message because I can't have you saying that you want to harm people in chat. That's against the team. That's against the TOS. I'm sorry, I can't have you saying that. How do I stop feeling angry? What I like to do is punching bag, scream into a pillow, try to get those feelings out. Becoming a vigilante doesn't really help with those feelings. If you've ever heard stories of people who have been victimized and then they've gone and they've gotten justice against their perpetrator, it doesn't bring them the peace that they're looking for, and it doesn't really help with those feelings of anger. When it comes to feelings of anger, ultimately what we want to try to do is learn to let them go. So whenever I feel feelings of anger, I sit with them. I sit with them and I let them just flow through me and out of me, and I let them go. What I try not to do is get them to motivate me into action. I don't like it when my actions are motivated by anger. Anger's not a clear thinker. So revenge is generally not worth it. The best revenge is a life well lived. The best way of getting revenge on someone who has hurt you is to forget about them and to just go about your life and to not allow them to affect you anymore. And if learning about true crime is really stressing you out, I would recommend maybe trying to find some more relaxing media. The thing about anger is a lot of people use it as motivation. When we have a hard time finding motivation in other ways, sometimes anger steps up to the plate and says, I'll get stuff done. But you have to be honest that whenever anger is the one that steps up and whenever anger is the one that starts solving our problems, it normally ends up creating more problems. So the best thing that you can do with that anger is try to let it out in a healthy and controlled way and not make any life-altering decisions based on that anger. It's like anger isn't the emotion that you should trust in your driver's seat. It's like if you need to pull over and let your anger throw its little temper tantrum, because that's what anger likes to do. Anger likes to demand your attention. Alright, I'll try. Thank you, friend. That's all I could ask of you is to try. It's good to see that when you see injustice in the world, it disturbs you, because it should. That means that you're a good person. All that we can do is hope that these, I don't know. All we can try to do is just, does adding more hurt to the world make the world a better place? I feel like if we want to try to make the world a better place, we need to try to put more love into it. Hang in there, buddy. Really struggling lately. I've been homeless for an extended period of time, and it's really getting to me. I was evicted from my previous apartment and have been staying in shelters, motels, with family friends. They kicked me out after 2 weeks because I had an anxiety attack about how I was going to get to the grocery store. Sometimes people can't handle an emotional episode. I feel like the average person is honestly so stressed just within their own life that seeing somebody else going through it is just too much for them to handle. Not everybody is equipped to be there and be supportive in that type of situation. Things are really hard, and it's something every day. I suppose my question for now is this: how can I comfort myself during times of intense emotional and situational upheaval? It seems silly asking about this, but I feel like I've been at the end of my rope for a while. And I've had panic attacks as soon as I wake up every day this week, and it's a lot. That sounds like a lot. Sounds like a hell of a lot. But I'm sensing that you must have a lot of strength. When you're hanging on to the end of your rope. I feel like things are about to explode again and be super stressful all the time again. Going from hotel to hotel, worrying about bed bugs at shelters, etc. And I need more ways of trying to comfort myself when things are very bad. However, as a caveat, it feels very dumb to try to take 20 minutes to read a book or play a game on my phone when I'm dealing with things as serious as I am. You're onto something here. You're onto something here. Sometimes when you're in the process of getting rehoused or finding support, or, sometimes there's some downtime. Having problems that you're trying to work on in your life, it can be stressful when it feels like you're not able to make progress on those, or it feels like I need to be doing something about my problems right now. But taking a few minutes to just get out of your head, taking a few minutes to just relax and unwind, that's important for everybody. Especially in a stressful situation like this one, because that shit accumulates. You need that release, you need that break. That break, yeah, like Cutie Chick said, that break is productive. It might not feel productive because you're not actively doing things that will work you towards achieving your goals, but it will give you that break that you need to start properly processing things and to just let your brain unwind a little bit. And what you'll find is that your other problems will feel more manageable and more solvable because you gave yourself the grace that you needed. So breaks are essential. Breaks are essential. Even though you're in this stressful situation, it's still important to try to make some time for some self-care. Like, one of the jobs that I had was I was a homeless outreach case manager, and I would work with people who were homeless, trying to, get them into new housing. Which, by the way, if that's something in your area, I would look into. I would look into trying to get some case management. Case managers are really cool. They can help you, find out all sorts of support that you might not have been aware of before. I hate feeling guilty for taking a break during those situations. Well, if you hate feeling guilty, if you hate feeling guilty, then what's the point in feeling guilty? Taking breaks are essential. Like, okay, where I was getting at with that was even when I worked with homeless people to try to get them additional support or access, housing resources, food resources, psychiatry care, things like that. There were downtime. There was time where it's literally there is nothing you can do. We're just sitting here waiting for our appointment. We're sitting here waiting for, the pharmacy to fill your prescription. We're sitting here waiting, and it's okay to take a break during that time period. If you try to just continue to push yourself to just do, I have to solve this problem, that may actually be counterproductive. You might actually be getting less done by pushing yourself to do more if you don't take healthy, necessary breaks. Don't forget it's the year of the dragon, which means it's my year, so... It's the year of the dragon. Your luck may turn around. It doesn't work like that for my brain, Lamau. Well, now you know how you want to train your brain. Your brain is trainable. Your brain was trained into thinking the way that it does now. So you can train your brain to think a different way. It just takes a little bit of time to do it. Depending on what it is you're trying to train your brain to do, it may take a few days, a few weeks, a few years. The point is, you can rewire your brain. You can get it to react differently. You can literally change the flow and the chemistry within your brain through conscious effort. You can train yourself to have it so that your dopamine will spike during different time periods. So instead of doing a like dopamine is your brain's reward chemical. It gives you dopamine when you did a thing and it's like, hey, good job, do that again. It's what motivates people to do stuff, is the reward. But if you can train yourself to view the act of doing as rewarding, you can start to get dopamine earlier. You're not just waiting for the end result to get that dopamine. And then that dopamine that you're getting actually helps to motivate you to work even harder. It's totally okay that your brain doesn't work that way. Yet. Just stick with it. You can retrain that brain. We're pulling for you, questioner. I hope you get a break soon. Hope things get a little easier for you. What do you think about reviewing an old sideshow? That's why I wish I wasn't so impatient about stuff. You can't fault yourself for being impatient. We have grown up in a society that has taught us that we don't need to be patient. You know, if you want to eat an apple, you don't have to wait until apple season. You can just go to the store and get an apple. Or you can have an apple delivered to your house. You can pay somebody else to go get it from the store and bring it to you. A lot of what is put into our society is catered to impatience. So don't fault yourself for being impatient. Being impatient it's inherently human. The only thing that we can try to do is learn to be more patient. Do I have any slideshows about delusions? Yep. Delusions. Delusions is a fun one. You want to do delusions? Did I say that's the last question? That was the last question for now. I'm all caught up for now. 2071, by the way. Not only did we blow past 2,000, but we're now almost at 2,100, and we've only been past 2,000 for like a couple days. We've been getting a lot of questions lately. Love to see it. You want to do delusions? Delusions is a fun one. Delusions. I already feel called out. I've tried not to call you out. The things that I've been talking about, I'm just, attributing to the human experience. Like, the stuff that you're going through is the stuff that most people go through. It's human to be impatient. It's human to want things sooner rather than later. Patience is one of those things that you kind of have to learn as you grow. And it's one of those things that becomes easier to take into perspective when you're able to, look back on your life and be like, you know what? I'm glad I gave myself the time I needed to become the person that I was growing into. It's when we make these sort of unfair demands and expectations about ourselves, that's when we're at our most unhappy. We're trying to be somebody that we're not. Or we're trying to demand that we become someone else. That's never going to make us happy. We're at our truly happiest when we're able to be ourselves genuinely. My new psychiatrist said I'm suffering from a little bit of the delusions, but they didn't really explain what that means. A delusion is an error in thinking, and so it is a very broad thing when it comes to like how you can manifest that delusion. There's any number of ways that you can manifest a delusion, but simply explained, a delusion is just an error in thinking. And I mean, if you've been through abuse and you've been through trauma, delusions are gonna be something that you see a lot in those types of situations. We also see a lot of delusional thinking when it comes to mania or depression. When you're manic, you might have delusions that make you feel like I'm hot shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm the greatest there ever was. On the flip side, when you're depressed, you may have delusions that make you feel like nobody likes me, everybody hates me, I should go eat worms. So I'm like giga delusional. I don't know if a person who was that delusional would be able to recognize that they were that delusional. Recognizing your own delusional thinking is actually something that you want to do. That's what empowers you to work on them. I can say yes. No, I'm not going to. I'm only being nice to you today, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, though. Let's talk about delusions. What are delusions? Delusions are a fixed, false belief that is not based on reality. When we say fixed, and it's hard to get rid of. It's difficult to overcome, it's difficult to let go. That's the difference between a delusion and just like a misunderstanding. Like if I go to the refrigerator and I think that I have a donut in the refrigerator, but I never went to the store and I never bought donuts, it's like that's not really a delusion. But if I keep going to the fridge and I'm like, where's my donut? And then I go around the house and I start asking people, hey, did you see my donut? Did you do anything with my donut? Did you eat my donut? But there never was a donut. That's delusional thinking. And that when a celebrity puts out a new song or something. Yeah, we call those, actually, we talk about those types of delusions. We talk about all of the different types of delusions in this presentation, so buckle up. Remember striking you? I hope they're doing well. I hope they're doing well too. I hope they're doing well because they used to come in here and say that they were going through the forest eating random mushrooms. And I had to tell them, I was like, that is the worst idea. Please don't do that. You could really hurt yourself. A lot of those mushrooms are probably toxic. Stop doing that. And then they're like, no, I'm going to keep eating mushrooms that I find in the forest. And I'm just like, part of me is hoping that they're just getting help and treatment and that's why they're not here. But I'm hoping that they didn't, like, eat a bad mushroom or something. So that's where I'm at with that one. I hope they're okay too. They were a nice person. They were just going through some psychosis. They were having delusions that they were the reincarnation, they were the second coming. Some pretty powerful stuff. I have a lot of moments like this about my appearance. Yep. When we're talking about like delusions of our appearance, it's like, yeah, that's like when you think of something like body dysmorphia, The thing that comes to my mind when I think of body dysmorphia, because I'm a dude, is I think of bodybuilders. A lot of bodybuilders have body dysmorphia. It's like this could be the biggest, most muscular person you've ever seen, but they keep working out and they keep building on muscle because they feel and they perceive themselves as tiny little wimpy shrimpies. So the two are kind of similar. Like, feeling body dysmorphia is a form of delusional thinking about your body. You're not really perceiving your body correctly. You're perceiving your body as something other than how other people perceive it. And it's because we hyperfixate on our perceived flaws. Like when we perceive a flaw within ourselves, we fixate on it, and it makes it hard to see the forest for the trees. Anyway, there's a lot of delusions, so let's get to it. Delusional beliefs can actually be about anything. There's nothing in particular that delusions are about. A delusion can be centered around the individual that's experiencing the delusion. This could be a belief about themselves. This could be, I believe that I am God. I believe that I am a long-lost child of a billionaire. I am, people will have all sorts of delusional beliefs about themselves. Anything that you can think of. Anything that you can think of that people could have delusions about, somebody's probably had it. Somebody's probably done it. Delusions can also be about other people. I'm thinking about other people. Other people are out to get me. Other people they're all jealous of me, or they all hate me. Those are all delusions that we could have about other people. They could even be about the true nature of reality. There are some delusions that are almost mystical. I feel like I'm some sort of interdimensional space wizard. This is all just a dream. You're all just living inside of my dream. That kind of stuff. The thing about delusions is that despite contradictory evidence, delusions can persist and be resistant to change. So what this means is, I could prove you wrong, but it might not help you. Just proving someone's delusion wrong doesn't necessarily get rid of that delusion. Delusions can be tricky to challenge. You have to, it's up to the person who's experiencing the delusion to actually start challenging and pushing back against it. It's not really something that you can convince somebody. Like, I had people that I was working with that I thought we had a really good relationship. I was doing a lot for them. I was helping them out. The guy that I think of when I think of paranoid delusions was this guy that I was working with who was living in a group home. And mostly all I did with him was take him to his appointments, and I took him to the dentist and stuff, and he was able to do a lot of dental work that he had been needing for a long time. But then one day he just doesn't want to see me or talk to me anymore, and it's because he thinks that I've been sent from the government to spy on him. It's like, dude, that's what you get for listening to Rush Limbaugh all day. That's what you get for listening to conservative talk radio all day in your bed. It's going to make you a little bit paranoid. But the thing about it is, you can't really convince somebody. They have to convince themselves. And that's challenging, and that's frustrating. The thing about delusions is you have to identify your own delusional thinking if you want to change it. Other people can point it out to you, but you may very well just disregard it and say, nah. Would someone who identifies as a fairy be delusional? Okay, so my understanding of delusions, or the way that I approach delusions, is that you kind of want to take a look at how much do they actually like interfere with your life? How much stress do they cause you? I'm like, are they prohibiting you from doing the things that you want to do? Or are they putting you at risk of harm? So the thing about delusions is you want to take into account, like, how harmful are these beliefs? Why is it so hard for me to sit with anxiety? In the same way it's hard to juggle when you don't know how to juggle. You gotta let it in. You gotta say, all right, anxiety, come on in, sit down. What can I do for you? How can I help you? And then what I like to do is I just like to watch it. Like, letting anxiety in is like, I own a china shop and I have a bunch of delicate glass all over the place, and I'm just gonna let my door open. I'm just gonna let the bull walk in, and I'm just gonna watch the bull. I'm just gonna watch the bull as he walks through the china shop. And I'm just gonna wait for the bull to leave. The bull's not going to break anything in the china shop unless I startle it, or unless I give it reason to start thrashing about. But what if the bull never leaves? It always leaves. It always leaves. That's the thing about thinking. Anxiety is a byproduct of thinking. And you can't think one thing forever. Eventually you'll start thinking of something else. Have you ever tried to think one thing for a really long time? It doesn't work. Eventually your brain will just pop out something else for you to start thinking about. But that's the thing about anxiety, is that you worry that it's never gonna leave, but it always does leave. Anxiety gives you an uptick of cortisol, which is the stress hormone, and you just have to wait for that cortisol level to decrease. Your body will try to balance itself out, so just try to be balanced. But like getting up and pacing and breathing fast and, working yourself up, that just keeps your cortisol spiked, and that actually keeps the anxiety going. So anyway, when it comes to delusions, you can't really disprove the delusion for the person experiencing it. They kind of have to disprove it to themselves, which understandably would be challenging and frustrating for somebody that you care about experiencing delusions. What I find helpful with anxiety, I'm just coming back to what you were talking about, I like to give it a job. Like, all right, anxiety, watch my breathing. Try to breathe like a relaxed person. Just give my anxiety something to do. Alright, so before I jump into the different types of delusions, which is where this presentation actually starts to get interesting, there are multiple ways that delusions can form. You might have an underlying mental illness. They may be the result of a traumatic brain injury. We can also experience delusions when we are intoxicated, and we may also experience delusions as a side effect of an illness. Intrusive thoughts that make you regret the past, is that also a byproduct of anxiety? Sure is. I'm happy to hear that you are identifying intrusive thoughts as intrusive thoughts. Once you start getting into the practice of identifying an intrusive thought for what it is, you now have more power to say, what do I want to do about it? Does this help me or does this hurt me? If it hurts you, try to let it go. You might not be able to let it go right away, it may take some time, but just acknowledging that you want to let it go is how you start that process. And when it pops up next time, just remind yourself, I'm in the process of letting this go. Okay, if someone can identify as a fairy without hurting someone or themselves, then someone who claims that they're a messenger of God wouldn't be delusional if they don't hurt themselves or others. Think about this. There are some people out there who think that they are messengers of God and they start churches. There are other people out there who think that they are messengers of God and they live in institutions. Both are delusional. You have to look at the context and the manifestation of those delusions as well. Like, both are still delusional, and both affect the person's life in a different way. They just tell you to stop worrying. They tell you that you're living in the past and to move on. That, in the history of advice, has helped zero people. I don't know why people keep saying that. I don't know why. I think it's because they're trying to convince themselves that that's what they need to do, but it's clearly not working. It's not helping them, it's not helping you. Like, telling somebody to get over it, to let it go, that does fuck all. Pardon my French. That doesn't do shit. If you really want to handle your anxiety, you have to feel it. You gotta feel it to heal it. You gotta say, all right, baby, bring it on. Let's see what you're working with. It's when you try not to feel it that it just keeps persisting. All right. You ready for the exciting part of the presentation? We're kicking it up a little bit. There are different types of delusions. Before I get into the specific delusions, there are different types of delusions. There are bizarre delusions. This is when we imagine impossible situations. I can't go out into the woods, I'm gonna get abducted by aliens. I can't brush my teeth because if I open my mouth in front of the mirror, a demon's gonna climb in. I don't know. People get all sorts of bizarre delusions. There are also non-bizarre delusions in which you imagine possible scenarios. Maybe you have a really intense worry that someone in your life is going to leave you or walk out on you. My regret could be a byproduct of a mental illness and not necessarily the events that have transpired in my life, or maybe a mixture of both. Regret is a tool. Regret is there to teach you to do something differently. So if you look back at your life and you have regret because of what you did, and you want to do differently now, you want to do differently in the future, good. That's what regret is there for. Shouldn't you feel good that you're able to learn from your mistakes? That's how you let regret go. You realize, oh yeah, I'm not doing the thing that I regret anymore. I learned my lesson. So what sort of mental illness would that be a symptom of? Because I have like all of the delusions you're mentioning. You know, we all have some interesting and are out there and bizarre thoughts from time to time. It's just a byproduct of having a mind. Like sometimes just random, weird, uncanny things pop into your head because that's just how your brain is. At least that's how my brain is. But it's about how persistent are these beliefs? How much do I actually believe them? Like if I'm just daydreaming and I'm thinking about something weird and I start daydreaming about aliens coming to Earth, it may not actually I might not actually believe that aliens are just going to come down to Earth. Delusions can also be based on your mood, meaning they are mood congruent. You may be experiencing delusions when you're in a really heightened manic state or you're in a really low depressive state. Some people also have mood incongruent delusions. These are the types of delusions that can happen persistently throughout your entire range of emotions. Like thinking that the world is going to end and you got to be like a doomsday prepper. All right, you ready? You ready to talk about the different delusions? Now, can I just start off by saying something? Digital Girl brought up an interesting point here, and I just want to mention something. Learning about these delusions might make you feel like you have these types of delusions. Because from time to time, most people might have some sort of thoughts that resemble these types of delusions. It's not a delusion unless you actively and intensely believe this thing. Hi, therapist. So sorry I'm late. No, you're actually just in time. We're just now starting to talk about the different types of delusions, so you got here right on time. It's an important disclaimer to make. It's a phenomenon that you see in school for like medical issues or mental health. It's like when you learn about something, you view it through the perspective of your life. And it can make you feel like, now do I have this? Am I actually this way? And it's just because you're actually learning about it. So, everybody can be delusional from time to time. When it becomes an issue is when it is a persistent and fixed, long-standing issue. All right? That makes sense? All right. Let's talk about delusions of persecution. Delusions of persecution. This is when a person believes that they are being threatened, harassed, or conspired against. Some of the most severe and persistent forms of this that I've seen personally, people who they have a hard time even going outside. They have a hard time doing the things they need to do because they're always looking around like, I'm looking for a blue Ford. I'm looking for a blue Ford. They're always driving a blue Ford. Was that a blue Ford? Was that a Focus? They drive a Focus sometimes. It's always blue. So these types of delusions is when you feel like people are out to get you. These are also the most common form of delusional thinking. Feeling like people are out to get you. It's the most common type of delusion we can have. People who have these types of delusions might feel like they're getting watched all the time. They might feel like they're getting followed. There's people plotting against them. And this creates feelings of paranoia and fear. Oh, you want to hear a story? I worked with a guy who had these types of delusions. And I was actually one of the people that he trusted. But this guy thought that his neighbors were out to get him. And even though his old neighbors moved and new neighbors moved in, he still thought that his neighbors were out to get him. He thought that they were talking about him. He could hear them through the walls, and he thought that they were talking about him. He thought that they had snuck in while he was out of the house and put cameras in his house. But there just wasn't really any proof that you could give him to disprove that. Like, you could even go through the house and show him there are no cameras. It's like you could... But they must have removed the cameras. They must have known that we were going to look. They must have taken the cameras out. So this is what I'm saying when you can't really talk a person out of their delusions. You can't convince them that their delusions aren't real. They have to convince themselves, and that's why it's such a challenge. Must be tough living like that. It was. He was a nice guy, too, and it was sad to see him like that. He was a... Put cameras in your own home so no one else can. You know, I actually helped him set up some stuff in his house to try to, like his security system and stuff. Like, he needed tech support, and so I would help him with that sometimes. That was just my way of, like, building trust with this guy. It's like, oh, you need help setting this thing up? Sure, I got you. Like, I'll come over and help you out. I hate doing my compulsions to relieve my anxiety, but I can't function or focus on anything with the anxiety, so I end up doing the compulsion so I can get on with my life. That sounds to me like the beginnings of OCD. OCD is an anxiety disorder, and what it involves is you engage in compulsive behaviors to relieve your anxiety. So, what I would recommend trying to do, don't beat yourself up for having the coping skills that you have. If your compulsions help you to cope at this moment, that's not an entirely bad thing. What we're trying to work on is changing what it is that helps us get relief from our anxiety. So what you may want to try to do is just sit with your anxiety as long as you can. Just allow yourself to feel it. Delay the compulsion as long as possible. Don't beat yourself up if you end up having to do the compulsion. But what you're trying to do is wean yourself off of it. So just delay it as long as you can. Just try to practice other skills. They might not be that effective in the beginning. These are things that take practice to become more effective. When it comes to anxiety reduction techniques, it's stuff you have to practice for it to work, which is frustrating because if you're dealing with anxiety, you would like these things to work right away. That would be great. That's why so many people are addicted to Xanax, but that's a topic for another day. So, anyway. These types of delusions, this is like an extreme form of paranoia. Some of the things that I've heard from people who have these types of delusions, people feeling like their doctor was out to get them, people feeling like somebody got into their medications and they're poisoning them, just pretty much anything you can think of. Impulse control takes a lot of time and practice. Yep, it does. But what helps in the long run is just delaying the impulse. What we're trying to do is not be as impulsive. We want to start off by, we're not just trying to make ourselves not engage in the impulse. We're trying to delay the impulse. We're distancing itself from the, the cause and effect. the action and the reaction. We're trying to distance them so that we stop associating them so closely. Which might sound weird, as I'm probably not explaining it correctly, but... Anyway, those are delusions of persecution. Let's keep moving. Let's talk about grandiose delusions. These ones are fun. These ones are fun, and this is probably one where you've met somebody. When it comes to these types of delusions, this is probably the one where you've actually met somebody. Oh yeah, Infinite Sean, thank you. Thank you for resubscribing 7 minutes ago. I'm sorry that I didn't say anything until just now. Am I making sense? Okay, good. What I was trying to get at with that is that if you can create some distance in between the stimulus and the response, the action and the reaction, the anxiety and the coping skill or the compulsion, if you can put more time in between those two things, you start to make more of a distinction between the two, and they are less ingrained with one another. So if you have a compulsion that helps you release your anxiety, wait as long as possible before you engage in it. Because if you're engaging in it really quickly, right as you're experiencing anxiety, that just keeps them connected. Just trust me on that one, okay? Just trust me on that one. It might sound weird, it might not make sense, but that is how it works. Your brain is very receptive to like how closely things happen in sequence. And if you put more time in between, it stops making as strong of a connection. It's kind of like when you wake up and you're sore and you're not sure what it is that you did that made you sore, because you don't associate it with whatever it was that you did because you feel the soreness later. Does that make sense? It's kind of like that. You're like, huh, what did I do that make me feel this way? I'm not sure. I don't associate the two. It happened, the soreness was experienced too long after the thing that made me feel sore, so now I'm not sure what the cause was. Anyway, delusions. Grandiose delusions. Delusions of an inflated self of self-importance, power, or talent. These types of delusions are similar, but also a little bit different from narcissism. They're closely related. Narcissists often project an image of greatness as a means of masking their deep insecurities. So narcissists tend to project these sort of grandiose beliefs about themselves. They want everybody to believe that they're important. They want everybody to believe they have power and talent. But they themselves may not feel that way. For most narcissists, it's a defense mechanism. They don't actually believe these things about themselves. Grandiose delusions is when you actually do believe those things about yourself. You actually do believe that you are the greatest, or that you're God's gift to mankind, or something like that. People who have these types of delusions might believe that they have extraordinary abilities. They might believe that they're on a special mission from God, the government, or that they're destined for greatness, often without any evidence to support these beliefs. We normally see these types of delusions when a person is going through an episode of psychosis or they are in a manic mood state. Which makes sense. You kind of associate manic mood states with grandiose self-beliefs. Reminds me of the documentary of Mother. Oh yeah, that weird cult. Oh yeah, Mother God. Oh, that was a weird one, wasn't it? Hmm. Can't wait to start a cult, but have it not be weird. You know what I mean? Like, cults are just too weird. But like, I feel like it could be cool, just like hanging out with your buddies and slapping bongos or something. I don't fucking know. What do the people do all day? Sounds pretty chill. So, have you ever met or experienced anybody who's experiencing these types of grandiose delusions? Somebody mentioned yesterday they had a text from their mother that said that they were too good of a mother. The mother was basically just going off on them. And they're like, this was because I was too good of a mother. I'm like, excuse me? Excuse me? I met a handful of people that literally believe that they're Jesus Christ. This is going to sound weird, but I believe that it's okay to believe that you are God, but only if we all get to be God. If you get to be God, then we all get to be God. Because it's not fair for just one person to be God. Also, it doesn't make sense for just one person to be God. Wouldn't God be everybody? So I guess if I met somebody who believed that they were Jesus, I'd be like, oh my God, me too. It's nice to meet you. I just don't think it's fair that only some people should get to be God. If anybody gets to be God, we all get to be God. That's fair. And that way you won't treat anybody any differently than you would treat God. In some faiths, that is part of their belief system. They believe that we're all equal parts of God, and so you'd want to treat other people in a godly way. Not a bad way to think, if you ask me. I like to think we're all part of a bigger picture. My mom has said to me, you're gonna need me before I need you. In what way? You should have had her elaborate. Like, excuse me? How? What do you mean? What are you talking about? You know what one of my favorite techniques is? You know what one of my favorite therapeutic techniques is? Playing dumb. Playing dumb is a great way to engage in a conversation with somebody. When they say some stuff like that, you just act confused by it. Instead of getting an emotional response to it or getting angry about it, you just act confused and bewildered. So when somebody says something, instead of having an emotional response to it, you ask them to elaborate. You ask, what did you mean by that? I just find that it makes people reflect more on the things that they say and how they make other people feel. Is you just put the spotlight on them and you're like, Very interesting. Tell me more about that. I find that you can actually be more productive that way if you just have people reflect on their own thoughts and their own actions rather than demand them to think or act differently. People don't normally respond that well to demands. You kind of gotta trick them into thinking differently. Alrighty, everybody, let's talk about erotomantic delusions. Let's talk about erotomanic delusions. Erotomanic delusions are the belief that someone is in love with you. And this is normally a person who is in a perceived higher social status. This is normally this is something that we'll see about like celebrities or like people in the government, you know, like public figures, people on the TV. So there's a picture here of someone who was, his name was John Hinckley, and he was having these types of delusions about Jodie Foster. People normally develop these types of delusions as a result of a deep loneliness or issues with attachment. This in turn generates some very intense parasocial feelings. So think parasocialism, but ramped all the way up. Any large enough streamer has people like this in their audience. It's just statistics. It's just the rule of numbers. I actually looked this up the last time we talked about this. Delusional disorder, erotomanic type. It's actually worsened by social media use, by the way. Surprise, surprise. They say that it's relatively rare, and it happens in about a fraction of a percentage of people. So if you think of like any social media person or any person who has like enough of a presence, enough people know their name, it's like just statistically, you may have one of these. Like me personally, I have 3,980 followers on Twitch. So just based on, you know, the rule of numbers, like three of them, about maybe a 1 in 1,000, I'd say. Now just imagine that you're a streamer that has like thousands of viewers every stream. Like, imagine how many of this type of person, like, some of the largest streamers have. Like, Amaranth probably has like 100 people like this. Probably has like 100 people trying to send DMs. People who have erotomanic delusions may firmly believe that a celebrity, a public figure, or someone basically that they barely know, or don't know at all, is deeply in love with them, even in the absence of any genuine romantic interest, and even in the absence of evidence. Something that also occurs within erotomanic delusions is that the person may perceive certain things that are said as being directed specifically towards them, which is technically a different type of delusion. That's what we would refer to as a delusion of reference. But delusions of reference are also highly common in erotomanic delusions. The thing about delusions is you gotta remember these things are gonna blur together. If you're having delusions, you probably have more than one type of delusion. These delusions are often kept private, but they're nonetheless prevalent. These sorts of things happen. A lot of people who have these types of delusions are harmless and don't ever really act on them, but some of these people do end up being stalkers. I'm not going to say that every single person who has this type of delusion is a stalker. That's not true. But if you are a stalker, you more than likely have these types of delusions. Let's talk about delusions of reference, aka referential delusions. That's why I included this one after the other one, because these ones you pretty commonly see together. This is how I feel whenever I say something and then people in chat are like, I feel like you're talking about me. Or they're like, why don't you just call me out directly? Or they're like, you feel like you're being directly spoken to. Referential delusions are the belief that certain events or objects or people have personal significance. It's like, the reason why I'm saying this right now is because you are meant to hear it, no one else. This is a secret message that I'm just sending to you, and you know who you are. Sorry, I'm not trying to feed into anybody's delusions if you actually do have delusions of reference. Let me just be very clear, that was directed at no one in particular. That was not direct towards anyone in particular. It was me speaking to the entirety of the audience. So both of these delusions would work into parasocial relationships? Oh yeah. That's the thing about delusions. If you have delusional thinking, you probably have more than one type of delusion. People don't normally just have one type of delusion. Sometimes they do. But it's probably more common that you're going to have at least two, or maybe more. It's just because if you are in a delusional mindset, it starts to become the lens through which you view your life, and so you're going to develop more ways of manifesting those delusions. People who have these types of delusions often interpret everyday occurrences as having special meaning, specifically related to them. Like, oh my god, that song came on the radio? And it's like they must have been playing it for me. You go to work and you see that somebody is holding coffee and they're like, they must have known that I didn't have time to stop and get coffee before work, and now they're taunting me with their coffee. Delusions of reference are you familiar with the defense mechanism of personalization? Personalization is when we make things about us. If somebody's upset or somebody's sad, we ask ourselves, now what did I do? What did I do to make them feel this way? We tend to view things through a very personal we make things about us. These types of delusions are basically the progression of that type of thinking. So if you're the type of person who personalizes a lot, cut it out. Cut it out. We don't want it to manifest into a delusion. People with these types of delusions, they often believe that stuff on the TV or the radio is broadcasting a message that they are meant to hear. I also asked what sort of mental conditions would you contribute to these sorts of delusions? Anything in which you experience some sort of psychosis. Somatic delusions. Probably I don't know if any delusions are. I don't know if any. I would say that any delusions are fun. I was gonna say probably one of the least fun delusions, but that implies that delusions are fun. And I mean, if you're a psychologist and you like to learn about this kind of stuff, they kind of are fun. I think this kind of stuff is fun to learn about. But I don't think that having a delusion is fun. I guess I felt the need to make that disclaimer. Anyway. Somatic delusions. These are false beliefs about your body, your health, or your bodily functions. When we say somatic, that just means it's referring to the physical aspect of your body. So, people who have these types of delusions may believe that they have a serious illness or that there's something physically wrong with their body, despite medical reassurance and evidence to the contrary. Do actors go through delusions when they play a very tough role? Could acting trigger them? If you've heard stories about people who are like method actors, it's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Some of the things that actors do to like really get into a role, it's honestly impressive. So with these types of delusions, a person might think, I have cancer. And so they go to the doctor and they get a screening and they say, well, you don't have any cancer. You're perfectly healthy. Nothing to worry about. And your response would be, well, I don't believe you. You must have missed it. I feel like something is off. You must be missing something. And so you go and you see a specialist, and then you get more tests and more procedures, and they all still keep coming back clean. And you get frustrated, and you go and you try to see more doctors, and you get more tests and more treatment, and that is a somatic delusion. Like at some point you just have to trust the experts. But we like to feel like we are the expert about our own body because we live in it. And that makes sense. You kind of are the expert of your own body, but you know, if you're seeing doctors and they're telling you that you're okay, you might be okay. This persistent worry that you actually are sick could actually contribute to you being sick in the long run. So you might actually be manifesting an illness. So just keep that in mind. It's something that's well documented. Our minds are capable of producing states of physical illness. You might actually experience physical symptoms, and it might all be in your mind. What's the difference between dementia and having delusions? Dementia is a cognitive decline. You're seeing a person have a sharp decline in their cognitive functioning. They can't recall certain things. They might be able to recall memories from the past perfectly well. They might be able to tell you a story as if it just happened yesterday and it happened 60 years ago. But they might not be able to remember your name. They might not be able to remember what they had for lunch. Delusions, they can happen in a brain that is not experiencing any decline whatsoever. As in, they can see it. There's a measurable decline in brain function and connections with dementia. Yeah, depending on how the dementia operates, you can basically see, like if you put a person into an EEG and you read their brain activity, you can see that parts of their brain literally look like they're just not working correctly. Some of what contributes to this is the buildup of like amyloid plaques within your neurons. Some of it occurs because like neurodegeneration can happen for different reasons. Sometimes the sheathing that coats your neuron, the myelin sheath, sometimes that coating starts to wear down. Sometimes that coating starts to lose its effectiveness and you start to see your brain acting in all sorts of goofy ways. I find it too embarrassing to talk about my delusions, then talk about them as if they're someone else's delusions. Talk about them as if they're just delusions. They don't have to be your delusions forever, but talking about them might help. There was a time in my life where I was really depressed, but I was also a psychologist, so I was very aware of what was going on. And there was a time in my life where I was like, I'm making a note here. I'm actively experiencing delusions of reference. Just like being aware of it, just being like, interesting that my brain wants to think this. Like, I didn't reinforce it. I didn't, I worked to change it, but it's like I could recognize. I don't know, it was weird. Awareness is key. Awareness is your biggest strength when it comes to your brain. Did I find that my classmates and colleagues were disproportionately people who had dealt with mental health issues of their own? That's why a lot of people become mental health professionals, is because they're either trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with me, or they're trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with my family. That's why most people do it. That's what motivates them to go out there and figure it out. These types of delusions, somatic delusions, can be difficult to treat because getting a medical exam rarely changes the belief. Like, you might feel like you have a growth or a tumor inside you and you get all sorts of scans and they're like, you must have missed it. You just don't know what you're doing. You just don't know what you're talking about. It was so frustrating to take somebody to a doctor's appointment who was having these delusions because they would be so mean to the doctor, and I'm just sitting there as their caseworker, like trying to apologize and be like, I am so sorry. It's like, we got you an appointment with a specialist who is here to help you treat your issue, and they're telling you that this is what your issue is, but you're choosing not to believe them because you think it's a different issue, even though it's a non-factor, even though it doesn't matter. You just feel like you know better. Okay, but what if they did miss it? Then check again in a year. If it's so small that they missed it, then it's probably not going to become life-threatening anytime soon. So go back in 6 months. Go back in a year. Try not to think about it. The last thing we want you to do is manifesting it. Like, I believe that people, through stress and through worry, literally make themselves sick. I feel like there are people out there who they carry around so much worry and guilt and shame that it literally just, over time, manifests as a physical illness. A heart condition, a tumor, a gastroesophageal reflux. He's talking about me again. I'm talking about all of us, comrade. This is a group effort. Is there a correlation between ADHD and OCD, in your opinion? I feel like OCD is a maladaptive way that people learn to cope with ADHD. Religious delusions. Religious delusions. These are delusions that involve distorted religious beliefs or experiences. These ones are pretty simple to understand. People with these types of delusions may hold extraordinary religious convictions. They might believe that they are a prophet. They might believe that they have direct communication with a divine entity, often deviating significantly from established religious teachings or practices. God spoke to me. He told me that I need to write a new Bible. He said the old Bible is out. We're writing a new Bible for a new generation. That kind of stuff. The picture I included here is a guy who thinks he's Jesus, and then there's people who also think that he is Jesus. We watched a video a long time ago about people who think that they're Jesus. There are more than you would think. A note here. Many forms of delusional thinking are tied into some form of higher power. A lot of people tie their delusions back to either God or the government or the universe or just something bigger and larger than me. This is a part of something bigger is a common theme that you see in different types of delusions. Thinking back to delusions of persecution, feeling like people are after you or are out to get you. The government sent them. God sent them. These people are demons, you know, that sort of thing. There was a dude who made a whole computer operating system that he thought was the word of God or something. Oh, I forgot about that guy. That guy was quite the oddball. Temple OS. Oh, not Temple OS. I said it's a maladaptive way of coping with ADHD, then what in my opinion is the right way of coping with ADHD? ADHD is an issue with your ability to maintain attention. It's an attention deficit disorder. You have a deficit of attention. So, we're trying to fix our ability to pay attention. It's going to take some practice, but it's also going to take some meaningful effort in creating an environment in which it is easier for you to pay attention for a longer period of time, but then also being mindful of your own productivity, being mindful of your own habits, and taking breaks when you need to. So the thing about ADHD is that you can pay attention. It just has to be something that grips your attention. Because normally what you see with people who have ADHD is whenever they find something that they really like, they just gobble it all up. It's like, oh, a new show that I enjoy? Let me watch every single episode. You gotta build healthy discipline and reinforce healthy habits. Set reasonable expectations for yourself, and then do the practice that you need to do to make those things real. What you shouldn't do is just assume that your brain is broken beyond repair and that there's nothing that can help you. I feel like a lot of people feel like they have ADHD now, and I feel like part of that is because there are literally just too many things calling for our attention. You gotta watch this show, but you also gotta check the news, and then you also gotta see what's going on over here, and you gotta see what's going on over there. There's just, our attention is getting pulled in 5,000 different ways. Our attention span collectively has gone down. Most people just have a short attention span, IMO. It's actually gotten shorter. It used to be longer. Just in the time that the internet has been popular. A person's attention span used to last about 7 seconds. You used to be able to pay attention for about 7 seconds before your brain would start to be like, okay, now what else is going on? Unless that thing can actually continue to grab your attention. Now it's about 4. It's about 4 seconds. But technically speaking, ADHD is still a legitimate disorder, and you can fix it if you follow a legitimate way of doing that. Your brain can rewire itself. Your brain can mend, and you can achieve a higher level of functioning than you even thought was possible. But you're not going to get that by sitting around and waiting for it to happen, and there's not a pill that can just magically make your brain rewire itself. It takes time and patience and concentrated effort to build the brain that you're looking for. I identify it as a legitimate condition because it's a condition that I've had psychiatrists tell me, here you go. I've had, doctors prescribe me anti-ADHD medications, which, if you understand how those work, it's basically just it's not a true solution, is what I'm trying to say. What is it about people that leads us to form these types of delusions? I don't know. I feel like people just want to feel special. People want to feel like they have a higher calling. I have so many things written down for my psychiatrist from these slides already. Have fun going over it with them. Hopefully they can clarify. I'm surprised that they told you that they feel that you have delusions, but they didn't really specify or talk more about it, because that's kind of a big thing to just drop on somebody without actually, going into further depth. But I'm glad that you'll be able to talk more about it with them. Maybe they can explain more of what it is they think's going on. Jealous delusions. These are irrational beliefs of infidelity or betrayal in a romantic relationship. These are situations in which a person may firmly believe, without evidence, that their partner is unfaithful or deceitful, and this creates a situation of extreme jealousy and suspicion and conflict. It's like, well, I went through their phone and they didn't have anything in their phone, so they must be hiding it from me. That there must be something. I just know it. There must be something. I just know it. I'm doing it again. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about us. This is why I added the disclaimer at the start of this presentation. In talking about these delusions, you might have some things that pop up and you're like, do I do that? Is this me? Maybe. We can all think these ways at some times, but what's important to remember is what I'm talking about here, you need to consider like the most severe example of it. You might notice like trends within your thinking that reflect some of these things, but we're not going to call it a delusion unless it's severe and persistent. It's a fixed belief that you're having a hard time letting go of. But just recognizing it within you, that's not necessarily a bad thing. We owe it to ourselves to be more mindful of the ways in which we delude ourselves. Because if you were going to ask me, like as a professional, I feel like everybody deludes themselves sometimes. Jealous delusions are a great example of how delusions can start because of our experiences. You don't normally have these types of delusions just out of the blue. You have these types of delusions because maybe you were abandoned earlier in your life and you feel like everybody's gonna leave me. Maybe you've been cheated on, or maybe you've been cheated on multiple times and you feel like that's all people do is cheat. And so when my partner says that they aren't going to cheat, I can't believe them because every partner I've had has cheated on me. So in my mind and in my expectations, 100% of people cheat. What this is this is a maladaptive coping strategy for handling stress. So the skills that we've developed to handle our stress have become unhealthy, and they actually make the condition worse for us. When you have these types of delusions, it's like there is no type of like reassurance, or you're gonna feel like this person is lying to me, they're unfaithful, they're deceitful. So if you want to work on that, I would just ask yourself, why is it that I have such a hard time trusting people? And I feel that for many people, what you may realize is that it is an extension of my inability to trust myself. I'm projecting my own insecurities onto this other person. It makes me feel so gross after looking through the phone like a goblin. You never find any evidence. So what can we learn from that? What can we learn from that? We want to give people the benefit of the doubt. We don't want to be so suspicious. It's uncomfortable to live a life of suspicion. So what can we do to try to let those feelings go? What can we try to do to be more trusting? It can be tough, especially if we've had people violate our trust early in our development. But trust is a skill that you can build. You can learn to be more trusting. So how can we practice that? I would say that the next time you feel like you want to look through their phone or anything, just remind yourself this isn't going to help me. This is just going to make me feel worse. I have nothing to worry about. And then go do something else. It's a great time to use distraction. Distraction is a coping strategy that can be really helpful, but it's really important that it's not your only coping strategy, but it's still a really good one, and I recommend that everybody have something that they can provide to themselves to distract themselves when they feel really stressed or overwhelmed. So yeah, distraction. An important coping skill to have, but it shouldn't be your only one. Also, I feel like a part of the reason why you don't feel good about it is because you didn't get the evidence that you thought was there. It's like, why am I so distrusting? Like, you know what I mean? But I'm always gonna have the thought of what if, like, I'd never stop obsessing over going through it. We want to try to change our relationship with our thoughts. We don't want to view our thoughts as a permanent resident of our brain. That thought doesn't live in your brain, it's just renting a space in your brain, and so have you considered going through the eviction process with that thought? What's a different way of thinking that you would like to practice? If we think that we're always going to be some type of way, that's a good way of making sure that it always happens. It's a good way of making sure that it stays that way. But you do have the power to change it. Hello everyone, what's good, Austin? Welcome back. Alright, so how do you treat delusions? We talked about all these different types of delusions. So how do we actually treat them? If you want to treat them, one of the most important things that you can do is you have to understand the underlying cause of the delusion. What is it about them? What is it about the things that they've gone through or the trauma that they've experienced that has led them to develop this form of delusion as a way of coping with their feelings? So like some of you in chat have said, maybe I have these sorts of, perhaps jealous delusions, and it's because I have issues with abandonment. I've had people in my life that I couldn't trust, and it's made me feel like I need to have more validation and more security. I have a question, but I don't want to ask out in the open. I can't see the link. Exclamation Q. Just because I'm saying that means the next question is mine. There might be more questions in the box, actually, because I've been doing this presentation for a while, so there might actually be some questions in there already. I'll just pretend that none of them are yours. There will be times where a question comes up in the box, and I'm pretty sure who wrote it, because maybe I've talked to them before, or maybe, this is a continuation of a situation that we've already talked about. But I always like to pretend that I have no idea who this question asker is. I just don't want anyone to judge me. We don't have any judgers here. This is a judgment-free zone. It's like Planet Fitness. Do not perceive me. Alright. You have been not perceived. I'm terrified of deep shadows and darkness because I'm convinced a man that has sexually assaulted me is hiding in them. I have the lights on always. Thank you for sharing those feelings. Thank you for sharing that. It doesn't sound silly to me at all. That's not even the bad one. Well, that's okay. We don't have to challenge all of our delusions at once. We don't have to correct all of our thinking at once. We can start with one thing and then work on that and then work on the next thing later. So how do you think that you could work on this one? You could do like Lady Gaga says, and you could marry the night. You know, if you feel like you're afraid of the shadows, you gotta become comfortable with that darkness. Dance around with them a bit. You know, maybe go down to just having one light on and just trying to feel more safe and comfortable. I used to do a lot of stuff with my old therapist with dimming lights and stuff. Do you think that it was helping? My anxiety just went up. Welcome it in. You know what I say to my anxiety when it shows up? I say, welcome to the party, pal. Now get in here, we got some work to do. I love giving my anxiety a job. If you don't give your anxiety a job, it's gonna make its job worrying and pacing and sweating and just feeling irritable and restless. Anxiety will find a job if you don't give it a job. Honestly, I respect anxiety for that because nobody wants to work anymore, but it's like your anxiety does want to work. Interesting. It did help a bit, but I'm really stressed in general right now, so regular coping skills aren't working as well. Do you think you're ready to level up? Are you open to the idea of proving yourself wrong? Are you open to the idea of saying, alright, I got this shit? I can't hear you, I have 6 ads. Austin is stuck behind the ad wall, so we're just gonna start saying nice things about Austin. We're happy Austin's here. Valued member of the community. And they'll never know that we're talking about him. They'll never know that we're talking nice things about him. Thank you, Substitute Scholar, for gifting that tier 1 sub to Avocado Austin. I'm just glad that somebody cares about the ads. I'm glad that somebody cares about the ads. Thank you. I have this little menthol stick. I think it's starting to lose its pizzazz. I've had this one for a while, but it's this like Vicks Vapo stick, and it just, you know, it smells really minty. But I feel like this one's losing its edge. I feel like I need to get a new one. I'm ready for more drugs. All you need to do is practice your holotropic breathing, and if you practice your holotropic breathing, you can learn to release the indigenous or endogenous, I forget which word, the naturally occurring DMT in your body. That's the kind of stuff that I'm on. That's what I like to do. They've been hitting you bad with Jack in the Box ads and there isn't even one close to me. Right? Like... talk about a misplaced ad. It's just sad. Substitute Scholar, thank you for giving that sub to Brookie Love. How do you give your anxiety a job? Alright, I got you. I got you. The easiest job that you can give to your anxiety is what? Somebody in here knows this. Somebody in here knows this. If Skeeterbug's in here, they know the answer to this question. The easiest job to give to your anxiety. If you want a hint, the anxious part of your brain is a very primal part of your brain. It's a primitive part of your brain. And the primitive and primal part of your brain is also tied into some of your natural and necessary biological processes. The things that need to keep you alive. It's part of the same system. So anxiety is a core feature of our brain. It's a core feature of a mammal's brain. You got dogs with anxiety, you got cats with anxiety, you got pigs and cows and sheep and horses. They've all got anxiety because they've all got a similar brain. You got that type of brain too. So what is the best job that you can give your anxiety? At least the simplest one, the easiest one to start practicing. I guess Skeeterbug's not here because they didn't answer the question. I was hoping that somebody would know the answer. Do you want a hint? I don't want to tell you the answer, I just want to give you hints. You want a hint? You've probably done it. You've probably done it 20, 30, maybe 50, maybe more times in the time that we've been talking about it. So you've already been doing it. It's gotta be breathing. There you go. He's got it. He's got it. Tell your anxiety to watch your breathing. Just pay attention to your breathing. How am I breathing right now? Am I breathing like a relaxed person? How does it feel to breathe? Does it feel satisfying to take in a big, refreshing breath and to hold it in a little bit and just feel that absorption as you're giving your body what it needs? And then how does it feel to gently let that breath go, giving it back to the universe? No two breaths the same. A breath is not something that you own, it is only something that you borrow. You're now manually breathing. That's true. That's the technique. You want to do that. Picture a more relaxed version of you. How does that version of you breathe? Try to breathe like them. We don't want to feel weird about ourselves when we pay attention to our breath and it makes us feel weird. What we want want to say is, oh, okay, good. I'm glad I noticed that I was breathing weird. Now I can breathe in a more relaxed way. If you can breathe like a relaxed person, it'll send signals to your heart to beat like a relaxed heart should be beating. It sends signals to the rest of your body that I am relaxed, I don't need to be stressed. If I'm not breathing like a stressed person, I don't need to be stressed. If I'm breathing like a relaxed person, I should be relaxed. Your brain works that way. Your brain is smart, but it's also quite suggestible. You can offer it a way of feeling, and then you can help it get there. Just give it a try. What if anxiety makes you feel like you're gonna die? That is when you actually start to feel like you're gonna die, that's when we describe it as more of a panic attack. The reason why it makes you feel that way is because it is trying to motivate you to do something. It's putting you in that mode where it's like, alright, it's fucking go time. I either have to run away or I have to fight for my life. What helped me with panic attacks was I would just learn to appreciate the feeling that came after the panic attack. I noticed that after a panic attack, I felt really good. You get like a rush of endorphins after a panic attack, and it feels kind of nice. And so I would just be like, alright, bring it on. This isn't going to kill me. It might feel like it's going to kill me, but I'm going to make it through, and I'm going to feel really good once it's done. It's like going to the dentist. It sucks while you're going through it, but if you can get through it, you can feel nice afterwards. You just feel tired afterwards. I hear you. Panic attacks are exhausting. But hopefully you also feel a little bit relaxed. Just keep breathing. That's all you gotta do. Your breath really is the key. If you're wanting to like manually control a physiological aspect of your well-being, focus on your breathing. There's a reason why all of the happiest and most well-adjusted people who have the most control over their emotions, they all practice their breathing. Do you ever wonder why that is? Can delusions be medicated, or is it all working it out in your head? Good question. As we're returning to the how do we treat delusions, delusions can be caused by our mental state. Maybe if we're having a really, if we're going through a really rough time emotionally, we might experience delusions as a result. And those delusions might go away once we're out of the stressful situation. Sometimes they linger, sometimes they stick with us, but sometimes the delusions are tied to the circumstances that we're in currently. It could also be a result of dealing with trauma, and it could also be the result of a brain injury. I found it helpful to grab objects, describe out how it feels, and describe how it looks. That's a good suggestion. Do you know what I found helpful? One of the first times that okay, so I had the first panic attack in my life. I was probably like 17. I was in high school. And I was just laying on the couch, minding my own business, and then next thing I know, I have this realization. It's like, if I stop breathing, I'm gonna die, and next thing I know, I'm like gasping for air, and it's quite uncomfortable. So I basically just have to ride it out, and then you feel okay after a little while. But later in life, I had another one. But this was after I went to school. This was after I learned how to be a therapist. And what I found helpful was talking myself through it out loud. I'm having a panic attack right now. What I need to do when I'm having a panic attack is I need to focus on breathing calmly. If I can focus on breathing calmly, then it will send signals to the rest of my body that I am calm and my panic will recede. It might take a little while to start working, but if I stick through it, it will help me. I was literally just laying in my bed saying those things out loud to myself. And you know what? It worked. And then everyone after that, I only had a couple more after that, but they were easier to handle. Part of the reason why panic attacks are so stressful and so difficult to manage is because they're scary and they feel like they make you out of control. It's that fear of like losing control that makes them really frightening. But if you can reassert yourself and establish a sense of control in that process, you've turned the tide. You've started to push back. You've started to reclaim that figure of power within your mind. The prognosis for somebody who experiences panic attacks is actually really good. They're super treatable. So don't assume that it's something that you're going to have for the rest of your life. If you make that assumption, you're only increasing the chances that it is going to be something that you struggle with for the rest of your life. Tying back into delusions, therapy and medication are often the most effective if we're able to combine the two. It kind of depends on what's causing your delusions. If you're having delusions because of a mood disorder or you're dealing with trauma, getting a medication that can help you to feel less stressed and less overwhelmed can put you in a clearer state of mind. And it can make it so that you're able to actually think about and process your delusion in a more reasonable way. Sometimes you just need medication to kind of take the edge off. It's easier to work on the things that you need to work on when you don't feel so overwhelmed by them, and medications can help you do that. But also just being able to talk to somebody about it, just practicing some therapy about it, that's helpful. So what the medication does is it helps to manage your mood, and it may also help to reduce symptoms of psychosis. Like if you are having delusions because you are having psychosis, there are medications that can reduce those symptoms, and then it can become easier to work on the delusion when the other symptoms are more managed. Therapy, on the other hand, is great at helping people to change their thought patterns. Sometimes the delusion is because of a thought pattern that is misaligned. It is a maladaptive coping strategy. It might not be the result of a psychosis. What does psychosis mean? Psychosis is a sort of detachment from reality. It's the person who experiences, there are many different symptoms of psychosis, so it's kind of like the most common thing that people probably think of when you think of psychosis is you think of schizophrenia, but not everybody who experiences psychosis is schizophrenic. Psychosis is just a detachment from reality. It's like the things that you're thinking about and the things that you're feeling just aren't reflective of what is actually real and true. Like you're worried about things that aren't really there, you are seeing things that aren't there, or you are hearing things that aren't really there, or you're dealing with delusions. Hallucinations and delusions are two of the major symptoms of psychosis. Treating delusions can be a challenge, but recovery is super possible. The biggest thing is to change the belief. Nobody can make you change your belief. You have to want to change your belief. So it can be possible to treat delusions if you are lucid and you're aware that this delusion is a delusion. It's when you feel like the delusion isn't a delusion and that's actually true, that's when it's really hard to treat. So a lot of people who have like paranoid delusions, those can be really hard to treat. Because when you are working with somebody who has paranoid delusions, they might not trust doctors. They might trust you, but they might not trust you forever. They might have a change of opinion, and they might start to think that you're in on it, and you're one of the people who's out to get them. It's really difficult. It's frustrating. I have been asked in interviews for like mental health jobs, they're like, what type of person do you find the most challenging to work with? And I'm always like, the people who are really paranoid. It's like you can be building up a good relationship with them and you can be really helping them. And then next thing you know, they don't trust you and they think that the government sent you after them. It's like, it's very frustrating. It's frustrating for you as the person who's trying to help, but it's also frustrating on behalf of the person who's struggling. It's like you want them to get help, but they just have such a hard time opening up to it. They're just so distrustful. They've just been hurt too badly. They just have a hard time letting anybody in. Alright, now that we're feeling deluded and concluded, let's summarize. That paranoia has ruined many relationships for me, and I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm also happy to hear that you say that instead of saying, my paranoia will never let me have a relationship. I feel like it's important to make a distinction between those beliefs. Paranoia may have affected your past relationships, but it does not need to affect all of your relationships going forward. Let's sum up delusions. There will be a quiz, by the way. We're going to take a quiz after this, so I hope you've been paying attention. Delusions are a fixed and false belief that can come from a wide variety of causes. It could be due to a mental illness, it could be due to a brain injury, it could be due to trauma, any number of things. If you want to treat the delusion, you have to treat the underlying condition. If a delusion is caused by a mental illness, you have to treat that condition through medication or therapy. If it's caused by trauma, you have to treat the underlying trauma. And you also have to work on challenging and correcting the errors in thinking. I forgot everything. Me too, honestly. I think I'm gonna have to copy off of Cutie Cheeks' answers. I'm gonna be looking over at Cutie Cheeks and be like, copy in your answers on the test. Because I forgot to. There are many forms of delusional thinking. And I didn't even cover all of them today. I covered a lot of them, but there are actually more types of delusional thinking. It's also really common to experience more than one at a time. Just think back about all of the different types of delusions that we talked about, and think about the different types of combinations that you can get if you mix them together. Like, you could think that you're Jesus, but you could also feel like the government is out to get you because you are Jesus. And you could also feel like Michelle Obama is in love with you because you are Jesus, and the reason why the government hasn't got you yet is because Michelle Obama still has pull in the government and she's able to help protect you. See, now we've combined 3 types of delusions into one. Paranoid delusions, erotomanic delusions, and delusions of persecution. And religious delusions, I mean. I think I said delusions of persecution twice. The thing about delusions is that they're often self-reinforcing, meaning that the longer that we think the delusion is real, the longer we believe in it, the more challenging and difficult it is to do something about it. So like some of the people that I told you stories about, like these were people who had issues with like delusional thinking for decades, and that's why they were so severe with them, because it was a long-standing condition. We have cognitive biases that contribute to the development of our delusions. We have a confirmation bias. We like to seek out information that confirms what we believe to be true, and we discredit information that goes against what we believe. So if you believe in your delusion, you are going to seek out information that confirms your delusion. It's going to make the delusion stronger. This was a very good slideshow. Do you want a copy? Do you want the PDF? I feel like delusions are almost always more on the negative side. Were you here at the beginning? Because that is true. The most common form of delusion is paranoid delusions, or delusions of persecution. And it kind of makes sense once you start to understand the nuances of how delusions are formed. A lot of delusional types are secondary to certain types of mental conditions. Oh, no worries. I'm glad that you're doing your work. That's important for you to do. I love your ability to multitask. That's great. You want to see that in your moderators. Good multitaskers. Just in case I have to ask you to do a thing ever. With proper knowledge, support, advocacy, and treatment, recovery is possible. Delusions don't have to be permanent. If you can catch yourself in a state of delusional thinking, and you aren't quick to just like discredit it or be like, you know, take it seriously when you're thinking these types of things, and just take a step back and be like, now hold on, is this real? Is this fair? Is this accurate? Is this true? So, delusions, they can exist across our entire emotional range. We can have delusions that are attributed to mania. We have delusions that are attributed to depression. What does a depressed delusion sound like? Somebody tell me. Somebody tell me. Give me an example. Let's say that you are severely depressed. What would an example of a depressed delusional belief be? I'm not going to just give away the answers anymore. I'm going to start making you all think. You're a smart group. I'm going to start quizzing you more. Everybody hates me. That's a good one. That's a common delusion that you will see in someone who is depressed. Is it true that everyone hates them? Probably not. Probably not. There might be people who do. There might be people who do. I feel like everybody, even if you're a really good person, there's probably still somebody out there who doesn't like you. Probably because of their own problems that they're dealing with. There's probably people out there who don't like me. That's fine. No one likes me because I'm sad all the time? That too. Also, another example of a delusional thought that you can experience during depression is, if I reach out to people and ask for help, they're going to be mad at me, they're going to judge me, they're going to be upset with me. Papa thinks I'm annoying. I could never be annoyed by you. I don't think anybody here is annoying. The only people I think that are here that are annoying are the people who keep making new accounts. And I think this person finally got like perma-banned because they haven't showed up in like a week. But there was this person who would show up and post this like copy paste of some like just super racist. It was just disgusting. And I would just report them and ban them, and like I would go out of my way to like report them to Twitch and ban them from the channel, but they showed up again like 2 more times, 3 more times, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's the same person. That's kind of why I haven't reached out to anyone in my family, TBH. It's because depression makes you feel like you shouldn't reach out. If you want to fight back against your depression, you have to start proving it wrong. Depression makes you feel like I need to isolate, I need to shut myself off, I shouldn't reach out, I shouldn't try to connect, I deserve to be alone, I deserve to be unhappy. These are all delusions. These are all delusions that depression imposes upon you. What can be helpful in combating these delusions is this. Imagine that you're talking to someone that you really care about, and they say to you the things that you would want to say to them. A beloved friend. They come to you and they say, I've been having a hard time lately. I've been kind of struggling. I've been feeling down. How would you respond to that? If you go to a person and ask for help and they judge you, please don't try to take it personally. The reason why people do that is because they are insecure in dealing with their own problems, and they handle that by judging other people for asking for help. There are people out there who want to hear from you. There are people out there who want to talk to you. There are people out there who want to connect and build a relationship with you. So don't self-sabotage yourself by not allowing yourself the connection that you desperately need as a human. We all need social connection. It is essential for our well-being. It is essential for our survival. So that's depression. What type of delusions might anxiety make you think? We're not done yet. I'm still quizzing you. It's a group quiz, actually. You're all in this together. I'm going to grade you as a group. So let's say you have delusional thinking that's manifested from anxiety. What types of thoughts or delusions might anxiety make you think? You guys, you knocked it out of the park. You did great with the depression. You got this. I believe in you. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to train you and teach you to be better at spotting and identifying your delusional beliefs, which are secondary to your mood state. Depression and anxiety are mood states, and they affect your thinking. So we're trying to approach it logically and take a look at how anxiety and depression might influence our thinking. My partner is going to leave me because everyone I love leaves me. Perfect example. That is an anxiety-driven delusion. I've been honestly self-sabotaging myself, and now I have like no one, and I crave human interactions. Look at you go. I mean, you're here and you're doing that, so there's a part of you that's like, I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna reach out. I'm gonna connect. So good for you. Just keep branching out. You're like a tree. You just gotta keep branching. Just keep trying to connect. I'm going to act nervous and scared, and people will pick up on it. That's a big factor of anxiety, is that we don't want to be anxious in public, and we are concerned that other people might see us being anxious. What helps me deal with those types of feelings, or what I would recommend trying to do if you're dealing with those types of feelings, is just remind yourself that most people aren't paying attention to you. Most people are so consumed and focused on what's going on in their life that they're not looking at the people around them, or not, at least not to the level that they think that, or we think that they are. This is already out of my comfort zone. I'm usually a lurker. Congratulations, you're now a chatter. You have leveled up. I just feel like I want to cry a river, but I can't. I had to practice crying. I wanted to learn how to cry more. I had such a hard time crying. I was so bottled up emotionally. I had to practice it. So if you want to do it, it's a skill you can practice. Deep down, I know people are busy with themselves, but my anxiety is maddening. This is why we want to give that anxiety a job, and we want to turn that anxiety into a tool. Anxiety exists within humans because it is meant to be a tool. We're supposed to look out into our environment and predict what could go wrong, what do I need to protect myself from, how do I need to prepare. And sometimes in the absence of rational and logical things, anxiety just wanders freely and it starts to find worry where there shouldn't be any. It'll just make things up. And so what we need to do is pull it in and say, okay, come here. I'm not going to let you just run wild. I need to give you a job. I need to train you. Anxiety is a tool. Or maybe it's more like an instrument. You just got to learn how to use it. Got to learn how to play it. Got to make it do what it is that you're trying to get it to do. You know what I like to do with my anxiety? I've already talked about it. I like to give it a job. Having your anxiety focus on your breathing is a good way to start that process. But what I do lately, and this is a bit more advanced of a practice of how can you handle your anxiety, I turn it into isometric exercise. Like if I'm feeling anxiety, I will clench a muscle. I will turn my anxiety into a workout. I'm like, all right, anxiety, you need to do something? All right, flex my biceps. I might have to leave before I do the questions. Is the VOD up after the stream? It should be. It should be up right away. I had to re-enable to always publish VODs because I have to do that every time. So it didn't publish the one from yesterday. But I will make sure. I changed it so that it should auto-publish. It keeps turning it off because I play copyrighted music, and whenever you play copyrighted music, it turns off auto-VOD. But we're gonna go back to the questions anyway. All right, I think we're done with delusions. Hey, one more question for you. When it comes to dealing with your intrusive thought, try to ask yourself, is this delusional? That's why we're always asking ourselves. That's why we fart. That's why we fart. We ask ourselves, is this fair, accurate, real, true? That's a good way of checking with our intrusive thoughts and making sure that they aren't delusional thoughts. You gotta remember, your brain's gonna try to prove these delusions true. It's gonna say, well, I think that everyone hates me and nobody came to my birthday party, so that must mean that everyone does hate me. It's like, well, did you reach out to people and talk to them about your party? Did you invite them to your party? Did you, have them RSVP? Did you actually do some planning here? Or my delusions sometimes feed into my suicidal thoughts. I'm glad to get to working on it seriously. I'm glad that you're working on it too. And in my experience, suicidal thoughts are delusional thoughts. I would say that they are delusional thoughts. We got questions. We got questions. All right, I got like 5 or 6 questions lined up, so let's get to it. All right, I hope everybody is still here who asked a question because we were talking about delusions for a minute, so I hope that you are still around. Let's take a crack at it, shall we? Hi again. Oh, hello again. I really struggle with identity, BPD. The things I like, the things I consume, it feels like my whole life has been stealing other people's interests, like some kind of supervillain or Ditto from Pokemon in order to get them to like me. I can trace anything I like to a friend, ex, partner, sibling, etc. I just feel like a character I've made, and I don't know who I really am. I feel like this is kind of a normal human behavior to an extent. I agree, actually. This is quite a normal human behavior. Have you ever heard the phrase monkey see, monkey do? That's monkey see, monkey do. We learn how to live by watching other people live. The other things that we come to learn about ourselves, we discover by looking within. We can learn about ourselves by looking out into the world, but we can learn more about ourselves by looking inward. I feel like this is kind of normal human behavior because it should be good to connect with people, but obviously I'm doing something wrong. I don't think you are doing something wrong. Actually, I take that back. You are doing something wrong. You're being too hard on yourself, and I'm going to say that that's wrong. If we're going to agree that you're doing something wrong, it's going to be that you are being too hard on yourself. If you want to learn more about who you really are, ask your heart. Ask your heart who you are. Meditate on it. Just try to feel what your heart is feeling. You got a little brain in your heart. You got neural tissue in your heart. Your heart can do a little bit of thinking. So what does your heart think about you? Still beating, ain't it? Still kicking? Still keeping you going? Maybe your heart knows something about you that you don't. Good night, friends. Sweet dreams. Friends and enemies? I don't think there are any enemies in here, but... Also, I don't like to label people as enemies unless absolutely necessary. Some people are just down and determined to be your enemy, and you can't really do much about that. But I just like to consider everybody a friend. Don't be so hard on yourself, questioner. That's what I'm gonna say. Don't be so hard on yourself. It's okay to learn what you like by watching other people like stuff. But it's also okay to just sit with yourself and to meditate and to just learn more about yourself that way. Also, just feeling like you're stealing things. Like, that to me just says that you feel bad about learning by watching other people. I would say try to do something new. Try to go do something just for you, something you've never done before. That way you can't trace it to anybody. You know, just go for a walk and just look at the clouds or look at the trees or look at the flowers and just use your senses. Put them out there. See what you notice. See what calls out to you in the world around you. Pay more attention to it. This is a normal human behavior. We learn by watching others, so that's okay. That's normal. You can also branch out more, you know? Go listen to some music that you've never listened before. You know, go find an artist that you like, and then go find an album of theirs that you've never listened to before. That way you can know that it's something new and unique and something that... I mean, somebody has done it before. You're probably not going to be the first person to find something to enjoy. But that's okay, because we like it when other people can enjoy what we enjoy, because then we get to talk to them about it. It's more fun to enjoy something with someone else than it is to just enjoy it on our own. We like to have things that we can talk about with people. That's why when we have something that we like, we try to introduce our friends to it so that they can also enjoy it. Sharing is caring. Hi, Papa. I went through religious delusions when I was a teenager. I was in an Opus Dei school during high school, and every week I would have a meeting with a mentor from this institution and try to convince me that we should suffer like Jesus did. I'm gagged. I'm gagged. If during the week I wasn't suffering physically and emotionally, I needed to do it to myself. This is one of my big problems with organized religion is they basically just train people to hate themselves. They train people that they need to be suffering. Just a lot of shame and guilt and blame are worked into a lot of religious teachings, and I don't really vibe with that. Do you think Jesus would want you suffering more? I don't think so. I thought Jesus died for your sins. So I thought you're covered. Like why do you have to suffer in the same way Jesus did? I thought that's. Am I wrong? Jesus died for your sins, so go ahead and sin. Jesus covered your debt. He paid the tab. That's wild. You know, I have friends, one of my closest friends, he also grew up in a church that had some very backwards beliefs like this. She would ask me every week, how did I suffer, and that I should be grateful and accepting just like Jesus was. This is weird. This person clearly has some deep-seated issues themselves, and they have this like hyper focus on suffering. It's really weird. It's really unsettling. Opus Dei is one of those delusional religious institutions that I hated so much. It's been a struggle to heal the guilt and shame from this. I'm hoping you've made progress, and I'm hoping you're realizing that what was done to you was outlandish. This is honestly wild. That guilt and shame isn't fair or accurate or real. It's not your guilt and shame to bear. It's the guilt and shame that other people were trying to impose upon you because they have a lot of guilt and shame themselves and they feel better about it by imposing it onto other people. People who have guilt and shame feel better about their guilt and shame when there are other people who also feel guilt and shame. It sucks to have guilt and shame just on your own, but if there are other people who also feel it, it makes you feel better about it. That's why this happened. That's why these types of institutions exist. It's kind of fucked up. Not all churches are bad, but some churches, like this one, really bad about the shame and the guilt aspect of it. Like, if you go to church and you're not there to celebrate the glory, if you're not there to, sing praises of the beautiful creation, and you're not there to celebrate love and joy and all the good things about life, why are you there? Church shouldn't make you feel miserable and terrible and like you need to suffer more. That sucks. That's so grim. That's such a that's such a grim way of living your life. It's not for me. My grandfather was baptized. He liked to tell me I was going to hell. My grandma told my little sister that she was going to hell because she wasn't baptized. She was like 4 years old. Can you imagine telling a 4-year-old, well, you're going to go to hell because nobody put water on your head? That doesn't make any fucking sense. What the fuck are you talking about? You're telling me that I have to suffer for eternity because nobody splashed me? Doesn't make any sense. The memories are still there from time to time, but it was a hell of a ride during my developmental stage in life. You know what I would... you know what I think might be helpful? Finding some other people who have been through these types of experiences and talking about it with them. This is a really good situation in which, you know, group support might be really helpful. Like, I've personally known people who have gone through similar experiences, and coming together and talking with other people who have been through similar experiences can be really healing. Keep working on the healing. It'll get better. And you've probably already noticed some healing and some improvement, so just keep working in that direction. Talking about it'll help. You know, get out there and find some other people who've been through similar things and talk about it with them. Is it a jealousy delusion if your partner hits on or flirts or winks to people in front of you, or does that mean you're an insecure person? No, that means that your partner is inconsiderate. That's not something that a partner should really be doing in front of you. That's kind of messed up. That's not a jealousy delusion, that's actually just some messed up behavior. Also, it doesn't mean that you're an insecure person, because why are they doing this? If you're out with your partner and they're directing romantic gestures to other people, when you're right there, that's just very disrespectful. It just feels like they're trying to get a rise out of you, they're trying to upset you. But no, that's not a jealousy delusion. That's actually valid to feel that way. Jealousy delusion is when you fear that your partner is cheating on you and they keep telling you that they're not cheating on you, but you just can't get over it. You just can't believe them. You're like, oh, you have to go on a work trip? I need you to FaceTime me every day. I need you to text me 15 times a day. If you don't check in every 2 minutes, I'm going to assume that it's because you were cheating on me. That is a jealousy delusion. It's like some 90 Day Fiancé kind of stuff. But no, that's weird. Why is your partner doing that? They need to knock that off. That's actually super disrespectful. Like, your partner's right there. Like, why aren't they flirting with you? Why aren't they winking at you? Why are they doing it with strangers? How does that make you feel about, like, how do you think that they care about how you feel? Like, if they're doing this right in front of you, like, they probably don't really care about how you feel. That's a bit of a red flag. This is a little personal, and I have a lot of anxiety about it. I had a dream last night about me and my best friend. We did the deed. I don't have an ounce of attractiveness towards my best friend. I would never cross that line, but why do I feel so guilty and anxious? You feel guilty and anxious because your brain put you into a hypothetical situation and had you act in a way that you wouldn't actually act. So you basically had a nightmare. That's why you feel guilty and anxious, is because your brain proposed a hypothetical situation to you. It doesn't have to mean anything. It doesn't have to mean that there's some sort of secret feelings underneath the surface. It doesn't have to change anything between you and your friend. It doesn't have to mean anything. It's just a dream. And dreams can be weird. Dreams can be strange. Dreams often put us in uncomfortable situations. And the way that we act in the dream might not be how we would react in real life. I think that what this does is it affirms that doing the deed with your friend is not something that you want to do. Do you think that it's going to be something that you are going to do? Is it just going to happen one day? Do you have any control over that happening? You haven't done anything to feel anxiety or guilt over. It was just a dream. I don't know. Sometimes dreams just feel like a way that our brain likes to prank us. Serious. You ever had some just like really weird, bizarre, out there dreams and you're like, where did that even come from? And it just kind of feels like your brain's trying to pull a prank on you. What is the most effective medications for depression? Or why is it that the most effective medications for depression also cause sexual side effects? Don't you think this discourages a lot of young people from getting the treatment they need? Yeah. Yeah, actually, I do. I do think that it causes that. It sucks. It sucks that it does that. Because imagine that you are depressed and you want to do something about it, and you start taking medication for it, and it's like, okay, well, now I'm not depressed anymore. And when you're depressed, it can make you have a low libido. It can make you not want to have sex when you're depressed. And now you're not feeling as depressed, but now you're having a harder time feeling aroused. And if you are able to get aroused, you might have a hard time completing the task. Antidepressants can make it hard to get yourself worked up. It can also make it hard to make you finish. It sucks. It sucks. It is one of the main side effects that cause people to quit taking It's one of the main reasons why people stop taking antidepressants is the sexual side effects. Let's look up why. I'm gonna be honest with you, we aren't entirely sure why antidepressants cause sexual side effects, because if I'm being honest, we're not even entirely sure how antidepressants work in the first place. Like, we know that there is some sort of correlation between serotonin and mood, but we've also found that sometimes it has nothing to do with depression. Like, sometimes people are depressed and their serotonin levels are okay. And sometimes people have below average serotonin levels, but they're not depressed. There's a frustrating amount of guesswork involved in treating psychiatric conditions. An unsettling amount of guesswork going on. Experts are still researching the sexual side effects caused by antidepressants to figure out why they happen and how to prevent them. We're still trying to figure it out. We don't really know. You want my opinion on it, on why it might be? For me, it's all about a mental block. Have you ever had a day where it's just like you just feel like there's a mental block and you just can't? You know what I mean? You just either can't work up the feeling to do the deed, and if you are able to do that, you just can't get to where you're trying to go. You know what I'm saying? You ever have one of those days? I feel like antidepressants kind of impose that sort of mental block within you. It just changes your thinking in some sort of way that makes it difficult to do. Commonly reported symptoms include decreased sexual desire, loss of sexual excitement. Like, you might be able to do the deed, but you might find yourself bored. You just might get bored halfway through, and you're just like, why even bother? Like, why am I doing this? Diminished or delayed orgasm, loss of sensation, persistent genital arousal. It might also make you more aroused more consistently. It might have the completely opposite effect. It's not fully understood. We don't know. We're just not sure. No one ever tests serotonin levels, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, they give you a medication that's supposed to increase the amount of serotonin in your brain, but they don't actually know if you have less serotonin in your brain. They don't know. It's just they're not measuring your brain chemistry. You might have a fine amount of serotonin. I think if you were to ask me why people get depressed and what, like, its relation to serotonin, it's like, what you want to try to be doing is engaging in more activities in your daily life that can produce serotonin. You want to engage in more activities that communicate self-love to yourself. You want to communicate self-care. You want to remind yourself and reinforce the belief that you're worth it, so let me work it. Drop down, flip it, and reverse it. Anyway, we have no idea. We have no idea why it does what it does. But if you were to ask me, it's probably mostly a mental block. Antidepressants change the way that you think. It just feels different to think. It's hard to explain unless you've experienced it yourself. But you feel like there's just something different going on up there. And that can make it confusing and complicated to do the things that you used to be able to do. It's kind of hard. Well, it's just like my grandpappy used to say, if it ain't hard, it ain't worth doing. Depression is a lot more complicated than just one neurotransmitter. Absolutely. I agree with you, 100%. But I feel like it's oversimplified. It's oversimplified, and we overvalue serotonin as if it's this sort of like cure-all for our misery. If only I just had more serotonin. If only I could get to know Miss Serotonin. Serotonin? I don't know her. Yes, I agree that sexual side effects discourage a lot of people from getting help with antidepressants. If you're depressed, there are other things that you can also incorporate into your life to help make you feel better. Yoga and meditation. I recommend that for everybody. I found nothing really helped me more than just being more mindful, just practicing more self-care, just reminding myself that I was worthy of my own love and affection. Okay, I had someone send me a video to watch. I had someone send me a video to watch, so I'm gonna watch this real quick. And then we're gonna keep going with our questions.
It's back.
A video about depression. Someone wanted to share how they were feeling. I'm on a lifelong battle with my own brain, with my depression. It is a lifelong battle. You gotta keep it going. You gotta keep fighting. The war for your mind is not a one and done battle. It is an ongoing trench warfare as you fight inch by inch.
It's back, isn't it? Yeah, I feel it too. I thought we killed that part of us. We buried it deep inside, but I don't think we can ever kill it. So no matter how many times we bury it, it's gonna find its way to crawl out again, isn't it? Yeah. All the anger and the hatred, and the pain and the hurt. It's always gonna crawl back in. What are we gonna do? We're
gonna get a hold of it, bury it again.
And we're gonna bury it again. Okay.
This is where okay. Can I feel free to disagree with this? Burying it and burying it again and burying it again, that's the same as bottling it up. It's the same as putting it in a box and sticking it in the back corner of your attic. It's still gonna be there. What you want to do is pull those parts of you close, hold them tight, and love them. That is how they heal. I'm gonna love all parts of me, even the parts of me that don't like me, even the parts of me that hurt, even the parts of me that are suffering. I'm gonna love those parts of me, because that is what will help them heal. What if no one loves you? I love you. I hope you love you. You should. You're deserving of it. If you just keep burying it and it's just gonna keep coming up, it's like an old movie villain. It's like an old movie villain. It's like you thought you defeated that villain at the end of the last movie, but then they come back again and then you get a sequel. And the next thing you know, you're on like number 9, you're like movie number 9. It's like, I'm starting to run out of ideas here. Another sequel. Return of the return of the return. Nah, I'm not. I'm the last person that needs love. I disagree. You could be wrong about yourself. Just keep that in mind. I'm not going to force you to love yourself. I'm going to strongly encourage that you change your mind regarding that. If you want more love in your life, do you? Do you want more love in your life? If you want more love in your life, you got to practice by loving yourself. You got to say, you know what? Maybe I'm not perfect, because nobody's perfect. Everybody needs love. But I could also be wrong about you. True. But I would just consider, why are you in such a hurry to prove me wrong? Is that a part of you that you want to be listening to? Are those the thoughts that you want to reinforce? Do you want to prove me wrong? Because you can if you want to, but you could also prove me right. Just think about it. That's all I ask. Like, sure, I could be wrong. Sure. Maybe you live your whole life and you find you're like, you know what? He was wrong about me. He said that I would not be miserable, but here I am. I'm miserable. It's like, okay. It's all right. It's like, don't let your desire to be right outweigh your desire to be loved. Do not allow your desire to be right allow your desire to be loved. You think that you're right about yourself in labeling yourself as someone who is undeserving of love. You could be wrong about that. We don't like to be wrong. People don't like when they're wrong. I just want to feel healthy, good, and have a balanced state of mind. And I feel like you're making that happen. Do you feel like you're making that happen? The way that we make that happen is by playing an active role in making it happen. Pull in those parts of you that you don't like so much and just give them a big hug and a smooch and say, don't worry, buddy, it's gonna be okay. Don't let those little parts of you that think that you're miserable or identify that you were miserable in the past allow you to remain miserable forever. You want a good life? Fight for it. Doesn't even matter if you don't want it to matter. That's the thing about things mattering. Things only matter as much as we allow them to matter to us. So how much do you want it to matter to you? Unfortunately, my mom is dying and tensions are high at home. I'm sorry to hear this. This sounds like a really stressful situation. My stepfather has been screaming at me, calling me an asshole and an overall bad child because I'm not spending enough time with my dying mother in his eyes. So this is what he wants to do. This is what he wants her last days to be like. He wants to fight with you and criticize you and make you feel bad. I'm assuming in the same house, or I'm assuming in front of her. I'm assuming she's aware of it. I'm assuming she hears it. It's like, how does he think that that's making her feel? How does he think about how his behaviors are treating her? Because it sounds like he's projecting some bullshit onto you. Bring him here. Bring him in here. Let me talk to him. Get me on a call with this man. Actually, that would be inappropriate. I shouldn't do that. But I would. Ooh. I'd have some words to say. I get it. He's losing his wife. He's losing his partner. That's very stressful. He is also stressed by this situation. And he's taking that stress out onto you. Is that fair? No. Is it understandable? Kind of. People displace anger. They displace aggression. They take it out in places that they feel safe to do so. He feels safe taking out this anger on you. It's probably mad at himself for not spending enough time with her. He's spending time fighting with you when he could be spending time with his dying wife. How does that make any sense? I'm really throwing this guy under the bus. I'm trying to be empathetic. He's losing his wife. That's stressful, that's sad, that's frustrating. And I'm sorry to hear that this isn't bringing you closer together as a family. I'm sorry to hear that this is becoming a wedge. You don't like to see that. His behavior sends my anxiety and BPD, lack of self-worth, through the roof. And I start to mentally beat myself up and cry for hours. It honestly ruins my whole day. How do I redirect this negative energy so I'm not taking it so personally? Recognize that a lot of what he is conveying and communicating to you is a displacement of his own anger and frustrations and insecurities. He might be talking about you to you, but he might not actually be talking about you, if that makes sense. He's talking about you to you, but he's actually talking about himself to you. That's what people do when they do this type of thing. They're most often talking about themselves. It's like he's literally taking time to fight and argue and make you feel bad instead of spending time with his dying wife. Like, how does that even make sense? He can't even follow his own advice. Also, in doing this to you, it makes you isolate and shut down, and it makes it even harder for you to go spend time with your dying mother. He's actually creating a barrier that's making it more difficult for you to do the type of thing that he wants you to do. He doesn't have the awareness to see that he's doing that. I don't know. Just spend time with your mom. Spend as much time with your mom as you can. You're not going to have her forever, and you're probably going to miss her when she's gone. So just allow the man to be frustrated and try not to take it personally, because it's probably not. You know, he's got more issues that he's trying to deal with, and he's just taking them out on you. So I wouldn't take them too personally. This is a tough situation. Just try not to take it personally. I know it's hard, and how do I redirect this negative energy? Just recognize where it's coming from and recognize what's causing it. Like, you aren't this guy's problem. He has other problems that he's dealing with, and this is how he deals with them. By taking them out onto you. And it's not fair, and it's not okay. But once you recognize that that's what he's doing, I think it should hopefully become a bit easier to detach from that. Because you recognize that this is why. You're not actually doing anything wrong, you're just being made to feel like you're doing something wrong so that somebody else can feel better about themselves. Just let it in one ear and out the other. You don't need to validate his feelings. Validate your feelings. He just thinks that I should spend all my time that I'm not working sitting next to her. I don't even know if your mom would want that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure that your mom wants you to be there as much as you can. But I feel like she also, you know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just trying to put myself in that position. Like, if I were in that position, I wouldn't want people to feel like they had to sit next to me 24/7. I'd be like, you got your own life to live. Like, come see me when you can. Like, I'm happy to see you when you're here, but I understand that you've got other things going on. Like, life doesn't stop just because of the situation that we're in. Just try to have as much meaningful time as you can with them while you still have that time to do so. As long as you feel like there's nothing left unsaid, but yeah, it sounds like he's projecting onto you, and that's never fair. Why do sandwiches taste better if someone else makes it? I don't know. I think that you might just not be... I don't know. How well trained are you at making sandwiches? Because I don't know. Whenever I make myself a sandwich, like, it's going to be the perfect sandwich because I know what I like in a sandwich. I just hate all this hostility, like it's not the time. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Like, in no way is how he's acting helping your mother. It's just making her more stressful, feeling like the two of you can't get along. It's just adding to her stress, and that's not fair. Why do sandwiches taste better if someone else makes it? Because you didn't have to do the work, and you didn't have to make it. If you're buying a sandwich from a sandwich shop and you're wondering why that sandwich tastes so good, it's because there is so much sugar in the bread that they probably have to classify it as a cake in some countries. I think Substitute Scholar can confirm this. I think they are from Ireland, and they can confirm that in Ireland, if you go to Subway, their bread isn't allowed to be classified as bread because it has too much sugar content. It's technically classified as a cake. Subway's gross. I agree. I don't like Subway either. Subway's not bad. Subway can be okay, but some of the things that Subway have just aren't that good. Personally, not enough potatoes in the bread. Okay, now that's very Irish. That is a very Irish thing to say. Like, hey, Seamus, I don't think there's enough potatoes in this. He's like, I think you're right. There's not enough potatoes in this. Jersey Mike's is bomb. My favorite sandwich place in my area, like, if I'm, like, I don't go out and get sandwiches. I used to get sandwiches all the time. My favorite place to go for a sandwich was Mr. Goodsense. Also, they have really good cookies. It might be a local family sandwich shop. No, it's a chain, but it's not everywhere. Has anyone else heard of Mr. Goodsense? Does anyone even know what I'm talking about? Anyone even heard of this? That isn't from... Where are they located? They have subs and pastas. Also, their mascot is a anthropomorphic coin. It's Mr. Goodcent. Where are they located? Where are locations? I hit order now. Will it show me all of the locations? I don't want you to have my location. Are they only in my area? Are they... I guess it's just a... more local. I guess it's more local. Nice. Wait, here's locations. I wouldn't okay, it's loading. You're gonna show me all the locations? Oh, the first one opened in Lenexa. Okay, so it is kind of local. I don't think you should continue the search. You don't want me to know where sandwich restaurants are? Why you want me to, what are you trying to hide? I'm having delusions now. Why are you trying to hide that information? Can't tell him about Mr. Goodsense. Don't actually dox yourself? Oh, don't worry. We won't. This only seems local to me. Yeah, but it's like... a whole city. I live in a whole city. You want to know what city I live in? I just got here, but now I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. That's why I was looking up sandwiches. It's called Chiba Hut. That sounds pretty good. There's another place that has wraps. That's like it's not sandwiches, but it's like fancy wraps. It's called Longboards. That place is pretty good. I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry. I'm so hungry I'd eat a sandwich. That's how you know I'm hungry. I guess want in my room? I'm not sure why. I think he wants dinner. When is it a good idea to give someone a second chance? I did a lot of work for someone and helped them start their business. I did work that was basically below minimum wage. Advertising, ran their social media about their business, made their business cards, logos, t-shirts, as well as helped them leave a bad relationship with their ex. Wow, you really did a lot for this person. You should feel good about how helpful you are. I'm not looking for gratitude, but they think God sent me their way and basically exploited me and won't give me credit for anything. Well, that's a no-no. It's like, what did they do? It sounds like you did everything. They're like, I'm so glad that I was able to make this other person do all of these things for me. I'm so skilled. I'm so capable. Look at all of these things that I made someone else do for me. I don't really expect gratitude for doing something themselves. But they have the attitude that they're self-made and did it all on their own. They still won't let up. They believe it was just them that did the business or did any work. Then I'm sure they'll be fine on their own. If they're so good and so capable and they don't need anybody's help, then I guess they don't need your help anymore and they'll be fine on their own, right? I don't know, maybe you could revise your contract. But like, actually, I own this design. I own this design. I was actually just leasing it to you. So if you want to continue to use the graphics that I've designed for you, you're actually going to have to pay me a recurring fee, or you're going to have to pay me outright to own the design entirely. But that's if you want to be petty. We don't always want to be petty, but you could be petty if you wanted to be petty. Like, those are your designs, you came up with those designs, you did that work, you own that art. Did you sign a contract that says that you don't own that art? Because if not, you own that art. And you could take it back. That's the nuclear option. That is the nuclear option. Maybe you don't want to go nuclear. What you could also do is just wipe your hands clean and walk away, and then go on living your life. So you asked me, when is it a good time to give someone a second chance? What I would say is, when people go out of their way to tell you who they are, listen to them. This person went out of their way to tell you exactly what type of person they are, and they don't seem to be the type of person that you really want to continue to invest in. They seem a little bit egocentric. Be petty, who cares? I don't want to regret being petty in the future, though. Like, if I'm trying to let go of regret in my life, I need to not act in regretful ways. I wouldn't regret being petty to someone like that. Sometimes you gotta be petty. Sometimes that's the game that people want to play with you, and you gotta beat them at their own game. I got a friend that found a sugar mama, but she made him sign a prenup, and he gets an allowance of 10 grand a week, LOL. 10 grand a week allowance? I hate capitalists. Like, they just have so much fucking money, and they're not doing anything meaningful with it. Imagine how many people you could help if you had that much money just expendable, just that much, just... It's like it's nothing. And here I was feeling happy about a likely promotion. You should. How's he going to end up when the sugar runs dry? Exactly. That's the thing that you want to remember. It's like, these types of relationships, they might seem like something that might be desirable. Like, ooh, I could get a rich person to just finance my life and I could just not do anything. That might sound appealing, but it's actually quite unfulfilling. What's going to end up happening is in 5-10 years, there's going to be a new, hotter, younger you. You aren't a partner to this person, you are a pet. And people can really, really love their pet, don't get me wrong, but when your pet gets old and, you know, you gotta get a new one, you gotta get a... I've seen it happen in real time. I've actually seen it happen in real life. I've seen people who had like a sugar daddy and then the sugar runs dry because the person, they aged past 30. They aged past 30. The wealth of individuals I see every day at work is mind-boggling. Hopefully it radicalizes you. I'm hoping it radicalizes you. The revolution is coming. The capitalists' days are numbered, and they know it. That's why they're so freaked out. That's why they're worried. They've been worried about a revolution for a long time, but it's inevitable. You can't delay the inevitable. It's like a change in the seasons. It's like a force in nature. It's gonna happen. Maybe sooner, maybe later. I won't speak on Leo. There's some evidence he's closeted. I've heard that Leo basically just dissociates during intercourse. He like puts on a blindfold and just like vapes and just like is so detached and so disconnected from the act. It's just like just going through the motions. That's just what I've heard. I think it was from one of his exes or something. I don't remember. It's basically like, you know, these young like models that he was dating, and then like he'll bring them out on his boat or whatever, and then he'll just like have the most like detached, bland, unenthusiastic intercourse you've ever seen. It's because it's like it's not even fun for him at this point anymore. He's just relying on these old coping skills to try to deal with some sort of unresolved, deep-seated feelings, probably resulting from early life trauma. You know, this guy worked on Growing Pains. He worked on Growing Pains. You know who else worked on Growing Pains? You know who else worked on Growing Pains? Brian Peck. Brian Peck worked on Growing Pains. You might have heard Brian Peck's name. He's the guy who was convicted of sexually assaulting Drake Bell. And Drake and Josh. And it's probably unlikely that that's where he got started. Let me just say, fuck these Hollywood pedophiles. Their days are numbered. What do you think about bringing back the guillotine? I know this isn't very therapist of me to ask, but what are your thoughts on bringing back the guillotine? The guillotine is too quick, but it gets the job done. Also, it's flashy. The dude on Nickelodeon is getting sued. They need to investigate all these motherfuckers. Not just the ones that they know about. They need to investigate all these fucking executives, all these people who are fucking exploiting children. It's like, it wasn't just Brian Peck, it wasn't just Dan Snyder, it wasn't just that other fucking guy, that fucking PA that was doing some really fucked up shit. It was all those fucking executives and people who showed up in defense of Brian Peck after he already admitted and was, he had admitted it. He had admitted to child pornography and sexual abuse of a minor. He had already admitted it. And people were still coming forward to defend him. It's like, I'm sorry, but if you know somebody who was convicted or admitted to sexually assaulting a child or having child pornography, if you come forward and defend them, I'm just gonna automatically assume that you're also a fucking pedophile. That's just me. You're like, maybe you aren't, but I'm not gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. It's like, why are you going out of your way to defend a pedophile? I'm gonna assume that it's probably because you're a pedophile. I would rather not risk it. I wouldn't want to leave you alone with a child. I just don't trust you. It sucks, bro. If it's a real thing, they say that's why they're allowing open borders to have easy access to children. They want people to be vulnerable and exploitable. They want access. That's why they don't give us the health care that they need. They don't give us the mental health care that they need. They don't give us the education for our children that we need. That's why. That is why we have so much as a society. We have so much wealth. We're the wealthiest country in the world, but we can't help our people. It's because we want some of them, or a majority of them, to be easily exploited so that we can continue to take from them. We can take their time, we can take their livelihood, we can take their property, we can take their money, and we can take their children. Brian Peck was rehired by Disney on The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Right? It's like, it's like the bar is on the fucking floor. It's like these people are just going out of their way to, like, be villainous and to abuse. It's disgusting. "16 months in prison and right back to the same industry." 16 months? There are people who spent longer in prison for non-violent drug offenses. A convicted sex offender, a convicted child molester, somebody who possessed child pornography, only got 16 months? If you're convicted of all those things, it's my personal opinion that you should never see the sun again. You should never see the sun again until you realize that you are rapidly approaching the sun because we shot you out of a cannon into the sun. That is when you should see the sun again. When you realize that you are plummeting towards it. talk about how people of color get longer sentences for dumb shit. He got 16 months. Yeah, the fact that he was white and a dude and connected within the media industry gave him all of the help and favors that he needed. Meanwhile, institutional racism and systemic racism are real, and we can notice their effects today. They've been occurring for generations. Black men stay in jail for years awaiting their trial unconvicted. That's because slavery never ended. We like to think that the 13th Amendment ended slavery, but the only thing that the 13th Amendment added was slavery is not permitted unless the 13th Amendment did not outlaw slavery. It just defined the conditions in which you can engage in slavery. It should bother you that right now, today, there is an amendment to the Constitution. It is written into law that says that slavery is legal. Don't let anybody tell you that slavery is not. Don't let anybody tell you that slavery isn't legal. It is legal. If you don't believe me, just read the 13th Amendment. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except... This just defines the condition in which they can have slaves. Except as a punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. You can be made a slave for punishment for a crime. The prison labor industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. That's why they arrest people for bullshit. You keep the labor force up. I hope that pisses you off, because that's the kind of shit that pisses me off. It's like, why do we still have slavery? Why is slavery still legal? Because it is. Why do we have for-profit prisons? I feel like the concept of a for-profit prison is something that in time we're going to look back on and think, what the fuck were we thinking? Like kind of how we look back at how prisons used to be. Just like rat-infested, you know, just you're probably likely to get like tuberculosis or something, just like some sort of like terrible infection and just die a terrible death. Like thankfully in prison today, at least you get healthcare. By the way, we pay for all the prisoners' healthcare, but we don't get healthcare. We pay for Congress's healthcare, but we don't get healthcare. We pay for Israel's healthcare, but we don't get healthcare. Someone make it make sense to me. They don't really get healthcare, they get ignored. I mean, they don't get the healthcare that they need, but they can get it, they can have access to it. Like, if you have a broken arm in prison, you'll probably be able to see a doctor and get your broken arm treated. If you get your arm broken out here, in the real world, hopefully. Right? Like, I don't want to nitpick. Okay? The point that I was trying to make is that there is some level of a free healthcare that exists for prisoners that we don't get. What I'm trying to say is we should be more mad that all of us aren't getting healthcare rather than nitpicking over the quality of healthcare that prisoners are getting. I'm being forced to be fingerprinted? Oh. I'm being forced to be fingerprinted by the FBI for my job soon, along with investigators digging into my past. Got nothing to hide, but kind of stressed out about it. Oh, I'm sure you'll be fine. That is stressful. That is stressful. I wouldn't want to have to go through that myself. I don't know what they'd try to dig up about me. But you'll probably be fine. I just want to make sure that you're not cuckoo bananas, you know what I mean? I just want to make sure that there's not, like, bomb building tutorials in your Google search history or something. I just want to make sure that you're not, like, a frequent blogger on some sort of, like, known extremist website or something. Yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, you'll be fine. They're not going to care that you cheated on your math test in 3rd grade or whatever. If they're able to figure that out, good luck figuring that out, buddy. That trail's long gone cold. I'm sure it'll be fine. You got nothing to hide. But it makes sense that you'd still be stressed, but you'll feel better once it's over. Hopefully it goes quickly and smoothly. Interesting. That's fun. Kind of makes me wonder what the job is for. It's kind of fancy. It's like, ooh, I get to have the FBI snooping around. Me personally, I don't want the FBI to be aware of my existence. The longer it takes for them to figure out about me, the better. And that's just my delusions of persecution talking. Well, it's going to be that time. I gotta go figure out something to make for dinner. I'm getting hungry. So, consider reviewing the videos I posted in Discord for video requests possibly for tomorrow. I was thinking about it. Yeah, I was thinking about it. You know, if I'm going to do videos, I'm going to try to do them tomorrow. But yeah, I did see those videos. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll take it a bit more chill tomorrow. We'll do some video reacting. Like, I don't mind doing more reacting, but I want to limit it to like 1 or 2 days out of the week. I don't want to be a all-day reactor kind of guy. Anywho. You know the rules. You gotta dance on your way out. You know the rules. You have to dance on the way out. That's the rules.
the dome. Back with the bass, pajamas live in effect, and I don't waste time on the mic with a dope rhyme. Jump to the rhythm, jump to the rhythm, jump. And I'm
Ninja, dance.
lyrics to make you shake your pants, take a chance. Come on and dance, guys. Grab a girl, don't wait, make a twirl. It's your world, and I'm just a squirrel. Trying to get a nut to move your butt to the dance floor. So yo,
She's twerking. She's twerking.
come on, say yeah. Everybody over here, everybody over there. The crowd is live, and I will do this groove. Party people in the house, move.
Just grabs on. She likes to latch on. Oh, okay. There you go. There you go. Okay. Make yourself comfortable by all means. Just go ahead and get comfortable, sure. Just go ahead and make yourself at home, Cinder. That's fine. Don't worry about me. I'm good. Atticus, you're frightening Syndra. Stop it. Alright, everybody, we'll be back tomorrow. Be nice to yourself. That's an order. Alright, we'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. See you later. Bye-bye.
Pause, take a breath and go for yours. On my command, now hit the dance floor. It's gonna make you sweat till you bleed. Is that open up? Indeed, I paid the price to control the dice. I'm more precise. To the point, I'm nice. The music takes control. Your heart and soul unfold. Your body is free and behold. Dance so you can't dance, so you can't dance no more. Get on the floor and get raw. Dip, come back then upside down.